Welcome to the September 14th, 2021 regular school board meeting, which I now call to order. This evening, we will begin with a moment of silence, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chairperson Mrs. Long. And the national anthem will be performed by Pinellas Park High School student Trista Hassel under the direction of Helen Twinan, Director of Choral Studies. After the national anthem, Trista will also perform Say Ya Mama by Giovanni Pargolesi. I hope I got it right. So we're looking forward to hearing that as well. Will you please stand for a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Se tu, mami, se tu sospiri so per me, gentil pastor, o dolor dei tuoi martiri, o diletto del tuo amor, ma se pensi che soletto io ti debba riamar, pastore, lo sei soggetto facilmente a ti ingannar, pastore, lo sei soggetto facilmente a ti ingannar, facilmente a ti ingannar. Bella rossa purpurina, oggi Silvia scellera con la scusa della spina, doman poi la sprezzerà, doman poi la sprezzerà, ma degli uomini il consiglio io per me non seguirò, non perché mi piace il giglio, gli altri fiori sprezzerà. Se tu, mami, se tu sospiri so per me, gentil pastor, o dolor dei tuoi martiri, o diletto del tuo amor, ma se pensi che soletto io ti debba riamar, pastore, lo sei soggetto facilmente a ti ingannar, pastore, lo sei soggetto
Very nice, thank you. If I am correct, you might be the first student this school year that has actually performed in person. So we appreciate you being here. Thank you. And thank you for sharing your talent. Thank you for your hard work. Miss, did I pronounce it properly when I said Twinan? Twinan. All righty. Well, thank you for the work that you do with the students as well. And your principal is here, and he's smiling underneath the mask. I can see that. Mr. Brett Patterson, principal of Pinellas Park High School. Thank you also for being here. All right. We are going to have a video. All right. Kathy Biddle has worked over 4 decades at Clearwater High School as a teacher, coach, and athletic director. She has spent her life serving students and supporting colleagues. And as Bob Putnam from the Tampa Bay Times wrote, she is Clearwater High. That's why we're so pleased to share that Clearwater High is now home to the Catherine H. Biddle Field at Jack White Stadium. It is the first football field in the country to be named after a female, and no one is more deserving. So let's enjoy the celebration.
This is going to be the ceremony as we dedicate the field. Will forever be known here henceforward as Catherine H. Biddle Field at Jack White Stadium.
Just very emotional for me. I just want to cry. You don't realize how much of someone's life you've touched, and I don't.
Right.
And when they come up and tell me things, I just kind of am taken back. Because I just see it as I do my job. I don't see it as I do anything special.
Kathy Biddle was a graduate of the school. After going to college, she came right back and started teaching here. She's coached here, 2 sports, cheerleading, student government, senior class, graduation coach, athletic director. She really is an important part of the community. You know, when you think about the community as a whole, she's Miss Clearwater High. I mean, that's the best way to say it.
I think she embodies everything that is Clearwater High. You know, you talk about the tradition, the honor, and the pride. She's cemented in that foundation of what it means to be a Clearwater High tornado, right? She gets us all twisted in the right way by just her work ethic, her demonstration, how she models things in and outside of either the office place or her interactions with students or interactions with former coaches, current coaches, and everything else. I think you see the passion and the love for Clearwater, the community, and making sure that that's always on the forefront of her mind and doing it the right way because it's the right way and there's no other way.
Well, actually being born here at Morton Plant and going through the school system here, it means a great deal, and I'm so blessed, and so many people are just so kind, and to see people and see the alumni coming back, and it's just a lot of fun. I just want to say thank you. I actually have 2 years left. I'm hoping to make it for those 2 years, but I want to thank the community and I want to thank the school here for the support. It's incredible and way overwhelming for me.
It was a terrific celebration, but she is definitely very, very worthy of that recognition. So congratulations. We'll now move to the introductions of professional, excuse me, okay, this has to be turned on. All right, Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Kathy Biddle very well. She is, everything they said in that video is true. She's a wonderful, wonderful person. I got to know her when I was coaching cross country, and she was a Clearwater coach in cross country, and just a terrific person. I had the privilege of competing against her, our teams, and she is smiling all the time. I just don't think I've ever seen her frown. And she's just a great person, and she's going through some tough times right now, but she's a great person. And if you ever get a chance to see her, you should go up and just say, you know, thank you for all you've done. Because she is an institution at Clearwater High School, and she is just a terrific person. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to introduction of professional and community organization representatives. Ms. Isabella Mascareñas, Public Information Officer.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Greco, and staff. It is my pleasure to introduce the following representatives of community and professional organizations. From the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, Nancy Velarde, President. Representing the SEIU and the Florida Public Services Union, Talmadge Andrews, Chief Steward and member of the Executive Board. From the Pinellas Arts for a Complete Education Coalition, joining us virtually is Victoria Hagedorn, co-chair. Members of the media in attendance today are 10 Tampa Bay and Telemundo. Today we have a presentation from the Student Rights and Responsibility Committee. Please welcome Amaria McDonald and Caleb Sandage from Pinellas Park High School and their principal, Brett Patterson. Thank
Good,
you.
thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Grego, board members, and staff. Good evening to you all. My name is Caleb Sandage, and I am the Executive Board President at Pinellas Park High School. It is truly my pleasure to be here and to proudly present this information about Pinellas Park High School. Today, I will be mostly speaking about our school's extracurricular activities, as well as some achievements made by students at Pinellas Park High School. One of our students last year won the very coveted Florida Tax Watch Award for her work in overcoming barriers and excelling academically. I had a chance to get to know her briefly last year, and I can say with confidence that she is an incredible person and a true representative of Patriot spirit. Our principal, Mr. Brett Patterson, had nominated her for this award and received an award himself from the Florida Tax Watch, which is very well deserved for all of the support that he has provided to our school and its students. Over the summer, we also had a student who was accepted as a Bank of America student leader. This is a national program with 4 students being selected from the Tampa Bay area for their leadership and their civic engagement. Our student had the chance to represent Pinellas Park High School in several manners, ranging from interning with local nonprofits to personally questioning members of Congress on pertinent issues to our generation. We also had a group of students who won second in the state of Florida, an FBLA for an e-commerce competition, making it to national competitions. This is actually the second time somebody has won that award at Pinellas Park High School. The group before mentioned developed a website for an online school store, which is currently being repurposed by our student government to be implemented at our school.
Good evening. My name is Amaria McDonald. I'm a senator on the senior board. It is such a wonderful honor to be here and converse about Pinellas Park High School. Pinellas Park High School has substantial magnet programs, accelerating sports, while also having a welcoming, encouraging environment filled with various clubs and a first-class staff team. Pinellas Park High School has a very sophisticated, intriguing view on education. This educational institution secures students with not only stimulating, but fascinating professions, such as the Criminal Justice Academy, JROTC Coast Guard, and the First Responders. The Coast Guard program is 1 out of 3 in the nation. It recognizes leadership while empowering the importance of being an accountable citizen. The program also provides direction for young adults, allowing them to excel in real-world situations while using elevating techniques. The other magnet programs are Criminal Justice Academy and the First Responders. These programs also anticipate learning about further emergency skills and knowledge about the legal system. The program structure and assembles students into future conquerors of the world. The pair also provides an automatic acceleration, allowing students to strive and pursue soul-centric careers after graduating high school. Furthermore, Pinellas Park High School also has an outstanding football team. The Patriots have been undefeated so far in the season. All the players form unity and portray Patriot pride in both the classroom and field. The athletes manage to stay humble while being very passionate about our school and the sport. Each player conveys remarkable potential, allowing the team to achieve their athletic goals while illustrating the Patriot spirit. In conclusion, Pinellas Park High School has a very heart-feeling connection with the students. The staff at the school have done a wonderful job caring for the students. They truly help lead the way and provide comfort and composition for a fabulous learning domain. Their encouragement, ambition, and determination help to motivate and guide the students. The staff goes above and beyond when helping each other and the students. I'm very appreciative and pleased to have this staff. They have had such an incredible influence on me throughout my high school career. Every time I needed something, there was no hesitation. All the staff provided wondrous approaches. They're all very sincere. Within a school, society is very crucial to make sure the students come first and feel acceptance. That is exactly what Pinellas Park High School does. The respect shown in the school is very honorable and cherished. I'm very grateful for this opportunity and to express the lovely aspects of our school environment and provides. Words cannot express my gratitude. Thank you so much.
Good, and thank you. Good job well done. Made you very proud, didn't they, Mr. Patterson? All righty, good. Thank you. Good. All right. All right, Dr. Grego, are there any changes to the agenda or any amendments?
There are no amendments to the agenda, Madam Chair.
All righty, board members? Any items to be pulled? All right, then I will entertain a motion to accept the agenda, to adopt it. Okay?
Second.
All right, Mr. Dudley made the motion and Mrs. Long seconded it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. In our special order agenda, we have a presentation of the proclamation designating the month of September 2021 as American Founders Month. Constitution Day is September 17th, and the week from September 17th to the 23rd of 2021, and to celebrate Freedom Week during the last full week of September. Do we have a motion to accept the proclamation, or to adopt the proclamation? All right, Ms. Hine, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Long. Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members, it's always a great privilege to bring this proclamation, but these issues forward, especially when centered around our Constitution, and also an opportunity to brag about our Social Studies Department for both this one and the next presentation. And I'd like to recognize Matt Bloom, our 9 through 12 Social Studies specialist, and the job he does. And he's going to highlight some of the activities that we're doing throughout our school district to honor these issues.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. Pinellas County Schools proudly supports American Founders Month during the month of September, celebrate Freedom Week in Florida during the last full week of September, and Constitution Day on September 17th, which kicks off Constitution Week each year. For a little history, the celebration of the Constitution was started by the Daughters of the American Revolution, and in 1955, the DIR petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th to the 23rd annually to be dedicated for the observance of Constitution Week. That resolution was later adopted by the U.S. Congress and signed into public law on August 2nd, 1956, by President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Florida was one of the first states in the country to officially recognize Celebrate Freedom Week in 2002. And since then, many other states have passed legislation officially recognizing Celebrate Freedom Week as a week-long recognition of American values contained in our founding documents. While our social studies teachers guide students through in-depth lessons throughout the year on the founding of our country, this month, week, and day serve as a special time where we can continue to educate our students and community about the sacrifices made for freedom in the founding of this country and the values on which this country was founded. American Founders Month, Celebrate Freedom Week, and Constitution Day resources are able to be used by schools and teachers in a wide variety of ways to engage students. Some examples include morning announcements about the Constitution or trivia questions on the Founding Fathers and founding documents. The social studies classes around the county take a deeper look at founding documents like the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence to understand how they continue to shape and influence our country today. We are fortunate to have wonderful support from our community, and we've had support in PD and resources from our local Florida Sons of the American Revolution organization to help us engage students in understanding our founding fathers. We've had support from Dr. Robert Safransky, who's a retired Pinellas County Schools principal and member of the St. Petersburg Rotary, to be able to provide copies of the Constitution with lesson plans to students at many of our St. Petersburg schools. And the Daughters of the American Revolution have been able to provide a wealth of additional lesson plans and resources to be used at all levels by our teachers. And our K-12 Social Studies Department continues to expand our Constitutional Conversation video series, which focuses or features Pinellas County and Bay Area government leaders to help students learn about different elements of the U.S. Constitution and why it is so important to our lives every day. Thank you for your support in these annual events.
All right, Mrs. Long, would you please read the proclamation?
American Founders Month
Constitution Day and Week, and celebrate Freedom Week 2021. Whereas during American Founders Month, Constitution Day and Week, and celebrate Freedom Week, we focus on better understanding the nation's founding fathers and the sacrifices made for freedom that hold a special place in the history of the United States of America and the state of Florida. And whereas during the month of September, all civic, fraternal, and religious organizations, as well as public and private educational institutions, are urged to recognize and observe American Founders Month, Constitution Day and Week, and celebrate Freedom Week through appropriate programs, services, celebrations in which state, county, and local governmental officials are invited to participate. And whereas during American Founders Month, schools at all grade levels are encouraged to dive deeply into the history of our nation's founding fathers and the intent, the meaning, the purpose, and the importance of America's founding documents. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby proclaim September 2021 as American Founders Month, Constitution Day, September 17th, and week, September 17th through the 23rd, as the last week of September, as Celebrate Freedom Week. Signed this 14th day of September.
All righty. Board members, is there any discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation for American Founders Month, Constitution Day and Week, and Freedom, and Celebrate Freedom Week 2021. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next presentation of proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Do we have a motion to adopt?
I motion.
Mrs. Long?
Yes.
And Dr. Carr is a second. And Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's always a privilege also to bring Hispanic Heritage Month and also use it as an opportunity to celebrate the achievement of our Hispanic students. They've done phenomenal work over the last 10 years in this district that we've really focused on the work of over 92% graduation rate, double-digit increases in advanced placement classes, gifted studies, and so forth, and just a sheer participation in our school district. So I couldn't be more proud, and as we celebrate the heritage of Hispanic students and families. Michelle Anderson, who's our K-8, and what a team between Michelle and Matt, so I want to thank both of you. We'll describe some of the activities in our school district to celebrate over the next month.
Thank you, Dr. Grego. Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego and staff, good afternoon. Each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. The observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. It was enacted into law on August 17th, 1988, on the approval of Public Law 100-402. President George H.W. Bush issued the first proclamation for National Hispanic Heritage Month on September 14th, 1989. The day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. Also, Columbus Day, or Dia de la Raza, which is October 12th, falls within this 30-day period. Pinellas County Schools supports and promotes Hispanic Heritage Month. Our teachers have received curriculum support through a variety of mediums, including the Library of Congress, PBS, and the National Education Association. We look forward to seeing our schools' cultures grow in support of all ethnic groups as they highlight the contributions and achievements of our Hispanic and Latino countrymen and women. Thank you for your support of this annual event.
Thank you. Mrs. Edmond, would you please read the proclamation?
Proclamation, National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th. Whereas our nation has drawn strength from the diversity of our people, with faith and passion, a sturdy work ethic, and profound devotion to family, Hispanics have helped carry forward our legacy as a vibrant beacon of opportunity for all. Whether their ancestors have been here for generations or they are among the newest members of our American family, they represent many countries and cultures, even adding their own distinct and dynamic perspective to our country's story. In celebration of National Hispanic Heritage Month, we honor the contributions Hispanics have made throughout our history, and we highlight an important part of the rich diversity that keeps our community strong. And whereas this month, let us reflect on the countless ways in which Hispanics have contributed to our nation's success, and let us reaffirm our commitment to expanding opportunity and building an ever brighter future for all. Let us embrace the diversity that strengthens us and continue to striving to ensure the American dream is within reach for generations of Hispanics to come. And whereas Congress has authorized and requested the President to issue annually a proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Now, therefore, the Pinellas County School Board does hereby recognize September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month and urge all citizens to join in a national effort to recognize the contributions made and the important presence of Hispanic and Latino Americans to the United States and celebrate their heritage and culture. Signed this 14th day of September 2021.
Good, thank you. Board members, is there any discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move to public comment on the agenda. And tonight we have a lot of opportunities for people to speak, so let me see if I can make it clear. Members of the public have 3 opportunities to address the board as we gather for meetings. The first opportunity is to speak during public comments on agenda items. The next opportunity is when there is a public hearing. Tonight, we're going to have a second reading of our policy 9270, home education, so that will be a separate opportunity for people to speak. We will also have a budget hearing that was scheduled as our organizational meeting of November of 2020 as a time-certain meeting at 6:30. At that time, speakers may address the board on the budget if they choose to do so. They can sign up. In short, if you're here to address the budget, you will not be doing that during public comment right now. You'll be doing that during the budget hearings at a separate time. Lastly, after the meeting is adjourned, we will remain for public participation when speakers may address items pertaining to the business of the district. Our staff is here to help you if you have any questions as to when you're to sign up or when you're to address the board. Each of these opportunities for public input, board members are here to listen to you. This is not a time for discussion or debate. We will not take any formal action on information brought forward unless it is pertaining to the agenda item or our budget. However, the board and superintendent may clarify statements or refer the speaker to proper staff to help work through a problem or concern. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in the conduct of our meetings. Whether you agree or disagree with the viewpoints expressed by speakers, please refrain from showing audible support or disagreement. We also ask that you assist us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment by confining your comments to the business of the district and refrain from profanity and intemperate or rude remarks. Thank you very much. Mrs. Hauk, do we have any speakers to the agenda items?
Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Grego, we have 3 speakers this evening for agenda items. Our first speaker is Mark Clutho, speaking to agenda items 7.11, 7.12, He'll be followed by Renee Chia, speaking to item 7.9, and then be followed by Sweet, speaking to items 7.9 and 7.17.
All righty, thank you.
Mark
Good evening.
Clutho, Largo. 7.11. This is a remodel and renovations. $16,700,000. Oh, yeah. And we had those high schoolers, and they're espousing Tax Watch. Where was Tax Watch? Another boondoggle. And here at Mildred Helms, you know, that's where my wife taught. The classroom where she was, they called it the morgue, because the room was like a morgue, because other rooms had to be bombarded with air conditioning because of the bad design of the building. And that school building was supposed to be a prototype. $2.5 million there. Oh, more stupid buildings. So what does it give us? Here's the headline. July was the Earth's hottest month on record, NOAA says. Melting ice imperils nearly all emperor penguin colonies. This is cause and effect. You make those stupid buildings, you keep ignoring science, and this is the effect. Hotter future is certain, UN says, urging immediate action to ease perils. Get ready for the climate disasters. Yeah, if it wasn't for that high pressure, what would have happened here if Ida would have struck Tampa Bay instead of going a little bit north? A hotter future is now inevitable, a UN report says. Earth's carbon dioxide levels at highest level in 4 million years. Adults are failing us on climate. This is from Greta Thunberg and some of her cohorts. We will not allow the world to look away. But that's exactly what you are doing when you continue to ignore the science of high-performance passive solar building. Only big steps will save the Earth. Stark warnings for the warming planet. UN report spells out dire consequences of climate change. You know, over 2 decades now, I've been bringing this science, and you just flagrantly ignore it.
Thank you. One thing that I failed to mention is we're going to be calling several people at a time. So in order to make sure that we're attaching the right name to the cards, if you would give your name as you come up to speak, just as Mr. Clutho did, we would appreciate it and it would be very helpful. So who's our next speaker?
Hello again. My name is Renee Chia
Thank
from
you.
Dunedin.
Good evening.
And I'm speaking to agenda number 7.9 tonight, and I strongly encourage the board to not renew this particular contract. I did about 15 minutes of research today when I was going through the agenda before coming here tonight and discovered a few things. Community Tampa Bay, Inc., which also goes by the name Anytown, is an indoctrination factory for our children. And it's also the, apparently the contractor that you use to send all your teachers to this summer. And some of the parents were here a couple school board meetings ago asking specifically for that information. I followed up and asked for that information. And I was sent some links specifically to Pinellas County School Board flat pages that didn't give any information on the actual contractor. And just had really high-level language, right? And that's part of the game with this Marxist rabble, is we use high-level language and talk about equity and different things like that. But when I dug down, since the contract was actually there and I was able to actually dig down into the theology of what it is they actually teach, the book they use is The Cost of Racism for People of Color. And when you look down through the theoretical and foundations that their material is based on, it specifically says critical race theory. Critical race, psychology, and social policy, refusing damage, cataloging oppression, and documenting desire, whatever that might be. So this is directly in opposition to Florida law at this point, and I would strongly suggest that you do not renew this tonight. At minimum, table it and have a further discussion. Also, in the scope of work for Community Tampa Bay, they quote incorrect strategic direction numbers in order to connect that back to the contract. So I think that's going to cause you a contracting problem in and of itself if you don't table this tonight and look at the language in here. And for the parents, this is what they do at this lovely little camp they send these kids to. We call these tactics, dialogue, and cross-cultural interactions, both of which are proven techniques for prejudice reduction. Students experience interactive workshops that teach and demonstrate the concept of isms, or systems of advantage that favor one group of individuals over another, and the ways these systems create and reinforce discrimination. I could go on. There's a whole lot of stuff in here. Basically, it's CRT. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Sweet. I don't think I need to introduce myself. So I'm expounding onto what she just said, the CRT. We are aware that it has been changed to the culturally relevant teaching, which I have an even bigger problem with. Saying that somebody needs to be treated differently, get different tests, get different lessons because their culture. Now you're spitting on culture. Okay, the critical race theory in and of itself has the word theory in it, and that some people can study it, some people don't have to. But what I learned from the contract that you guys have, you're asking for money, they're asking for money, you wanting to renew a contract. I learned from teachers when I was here on Saturday protesting the beginning of your teaching this summer. I learned from teachers that they were actually threatened with their job. Some AP teachers were told if they didn't take this critical race theory that they were going to lose their jobs, whereas some people were allowed to have it voluntarily. Some teachers were being told that they would lose their jobs. And if your brows are furrowed and you're like, oh, she's over here lying, so your teachers are lying. It was more than just one teacher who came up and thanked me for having that sign out there that said FCRT, and were glad that I was there because they didn't want to be there to begin with. They were mad that they were being forced. So if that's a term of their job, was that put into the contract that they signed? Like, is that part of the contracts that you're renewing right now with these people? And I'm also going to say for her that you should table it until the public is able to fully have information, because it's all about having information for consent. People are sending their kids to school and you're able to just make these changes and we're not able to look over it. Table this. Allow us to look over it. The only reason I could see that you would just fast forward and do this is because you don't want us the time to look over it. And that's fear and trying to make sure that we stay uninformed. Critical race theory, bringing race into teaching, was wrong. Whoever thought of that? Because I'm Mexican, Puerto Rican also, so that takes me part black. I've got Cuban friends, I've got African American friends, I have black friends, I have Jamaican friends. Nobody's asking to be treated differently. They don't want our kids to be treated differently. There isn't a person of color that has ever asked to be treated differently. Quite the opposite. Equality, not equity, which should just go to our mortgages. We've asked for equality, real equality. Not to dumb down tests because, you know, you need better test scores so you can get more money, and it's got to be their culture, right? It's their culture. It's their parents' fault. It's how they're growing up. That's the reason that they can't learn the things that they're in school. It's got to be their culture. So we've got to have all of these extending Tampa Community Inc. and everything else that they're working with, because they can't go out and just say what they're doing, which is why they expound and they use these words to try to confuse people because of the anger that would actually happen if we knew what was really going on.
Thank you. So it's 3 minutes for all agenda items, not 3 minutes for each agenda item.
Every single time I've been here, multiple people could speak multiple times if you wanted to speak on. If I had known that, then I would have brought up that part of the agenda. I wasn't told beforehand that it was only 3 minutes. Can I be allowed 1 minute?
Sweet, when you were called up, our board clerk indicated the agenda items that you were speaking to. No, I'm sorry, when she called your name, she said the 2 agenda items that you were speaking on. And our policy gives members of the public during this opportunity 1 3-minute period to speak to 1 or more. You can speak during the general public comment.
That's different than other people that have been here that have been able to speak twice. It's the only reason I signed up more times, because I realized you did allow people to speak on different agenda items with more time.
No, they
I'm not
speak-
aware that we've done that.
No.
I can find the videos and email them to you.
So you speak to any and all agenda items during this portion of time, unless it is a second reading or a public hearing, which I explained earlier will be on policy number 9720. And then, of course, on the budget hearing, there are 2 opportunities. That's an entirely different set of rules and laws that we have to follow in order to do the budget. And there are 2 opportunities to speak at the budget hearing, which is separate. So are there any other speakers for agenda items?
No, ma'am, there are no more speakers for agenda items.
All righty. Okay. So we have unfinished business now, and it's a public hearing to consider the amendment to policy 9270, home education. This is the second reading. This is the one that I was talking about, that people will have the opportunity to speak to. Do we have a motion?
Motion?
Okay, Mrs. Edmond. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Hine. And Dr. Grego.
Yes, Madam Chair, as you know, this policy change was brought to you in a workshop, and we discussed it extensively. Ms. Gull, who's the Chief Strategy and Impact Officer in our district, will go over some of the modifications. This deals with our responsibilities for students in home education.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam
Good
Chair,
evening.
board members, staff, and the public. Today I bring forward for second reading and the public hearing to consider amendments to policy 9270, home education. There have been no changes since first reading. This policy was brought to a workshop on July 13th and first reading on July 27th. What this policy amendments put forward is making sure that we are being very clear in our policies around our responsibilities and the responsibilities for parents for enrollment in order to receive special education, IEP services, or gifted services. The amendments within here for home education students denote the days in which and where parents can request evaluation for both gifted services or special education, ESE services, the timelines in which we need to evaluate, and then if parents want the full breadth of services with an IEP, they must fully enroll within Pinellas County schools. And so what the state asked all districts across the state to do is be very explicit about those responsibilities in our policies. So with that, I bring it forward for public hearing.
Okay, very good. Mrs. Hauk, are there any speakers from the audience?
Madam
this
Chair, there are
item?
no speakers for this item.
All righty, very good, thank you. Board members, is there any conversation? We did talk about this at a workshop, so this isn't the first time we're seeing it. Actually, it's the second time it's been on the agenda, but we've talked about it each time. So are there any questions or discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say, to consider the amendments to policy 9270, home education. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion? All right, Mrs. Edmond, do we have a second? Thank you. Mrs. Long. All righty. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. We will now move to the non-consent agenda. We request approval of the 2021-2022 strategic plan. Do we have a motion to accept? All right, Ms. Hine, and a second? Okay, Mrs. Long? Oh, was it Kane? I'm sorry. It was Mrs. Kane. I heard somebody over here. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. All right, Dr. Grego.
Yes, Madam Chair, and to the public, our district strategic plan doesn't drive everything, but it drives some of the major initiatives in our districts, those areas that we care and we really want to improve academically. I think one of the challenges that I always say to people is that if you look at any aspect of our district strategic plan, it could all be brought back to student achievement, whether it's in the finance area, human resource area, TIS, technology information systems. No matter what the area of our school district, the support area, it all comes back to students and schools and student achievement. I'm very proud of this particular document. The document was placed at your desk area, and I want to say for the public that this board has been instrumental in drafting this document. We began talking and working with this document back in a workshop, both with budget and strategic planning back in June 22nd, because it is important that we build the budget around the strategic plan and vice versa. So we should never get a strategic plan that we don't have the resources to satisfy. On July 13th, another workshop, we brought the draft to this board and to mull over and to really reflect on, and changes were made at that time based on board discussion and recommendation. I want to thank the board because one of the changes that you recommended for that was the highlights section that starts on page 8 and 9. And I think that's a great look. If someone were to take a look at this and say, so what last year, how did the district do? What were some of the major highlights or initiatives? It's placed in graphic form, easy to read, and certainly flows very, very well. Our strategic plan is tied, as I mentioned, to our budget. That's why today we have a budget hearing, and today the strategic plan is on the agenda to be approved. Also want to take a look at the section that Ms. Dell will highlight some of those with the strategic initiatives, that we highlight some of those areas to the public and to us and to our principals and everyone else and all employees. These are some of the major lifts that we're going to be focused on: early literacy, the best implementing the best standards, the PCS Connects, the Level Up that I'll talk about later on, and college and career readiness, just to name a few. I can go on. This board is very attuned to what those are. My last comment before I turn it over to Ms. Dull is I want to thank all of the associate superintendents, because each of them, they have a lift. If you look and read the strategic plan, you'll see teaching and learning, you'll see operations and school operations, you'll see the area superintendents, you'll see Mr. Herbick in there, you see the divisions represented in there, budget and finance, communications, student services. Each of them have a responsibility, and each of the action goals is assigned to not only a division but also to individuals. It's important for us all to remember each of those action goals are measurable. They have responsible, and they're reported out quarterly. So it's how we track the progress of our district. And sometimes things happen, like a pandemic or other aspects, that things have to slow down or move, or we go in a different direction. But I also lastly want to thank Jennifer Dull, because she has been the kind of the head person, the shepherd of this district strategic plan. And each year this plan gets better and better in terms of its layout, its readability. And so, Ms. Dull, thank you for all of the work that you've put into this document. It's looked upon, I can tell you, I share this with other districts throughout the state of Florida. They always look for Pinellas County's district strategic plan. And we share each other, so we take the best from it and we learn from each other. So thank you, board members, for your support of this growth. It's a fluid document. It's not cast in concrete. We need to continue to go back to it and really focus on the work this school year. So, Ms. Dahl?
Thank you, Dr. Grego. Some of the things I would like to point out as we bring forward this for approval for this year is that it is an annual plan, and annually these goals are updated to align with where we are in the work and where we want to push ourselves aspirationally to be at the end of the year. As Dr. Grego mentioned, staff works along with this, along with we actually have a Let's Talk button open for district strategic plan feedback 365 days a year from public or staff members. And we also elicit responses for updates for this in usually around May of each year as we form our next version of our district strategic plan. This is done alongside the budget purposefully so that as district offices and schools are aligning their budgets or their school improvement plan budgets, that it is aligned with the work within the district strategic plan. And schools also engage, just as the district engages in the district strategic plan, with their school improvement planning processes at the same times, which those will be brought to you for approval at our board meeting in October. One of the things I would like to point out too, and updating in the district strategic plan, along with in the last couple years we have highlighted strategic initiatives. One of the feedback we really got was that sometimes within our action goals, because there are a lot of them that we update, that bucketing them would be helpful so that not only the public but staff can see how the different initiatives within each strategic direction. So you will notice that as a visual update, that all of the different action goals are bucketed. It was very kind of Dr. Grego to thank me, but this is a definite team effort, along with all of the staff that helped develop the actual content. I think Mrs. Leanna Eisen, who's our Director of Strategic Planning and Policy, who would be here presenting this tonight, however, she had a little one about a month ago, was instrumental in really working with our communications team and Libby Jordan and making this visually kind of come to life in a way that each year we get better and better at. So I do want to definitely acknowledge the two of them taking leadership and ownership of how this looks so that people have a visual representation and a more digestible way to engage with our district strategic plan. So with that, I bring it forward for approval tonight.
Very good, thank you. All righty, board members, are there any comments? Again, this is, as Dr. Grego stated, this is something that we have been working with for quite a while. And staff has done an excellent job of showing how our overarching goals will be accomplished. So that's terrific. Dr. Carr?
Thank you. I'd like to thank you and the team as well as staff for working to make sure that so many of the pieces are not only bucketed, but also measurable. And that's really important to us, to our ongoing progress monitoring, as well as our accountability. So I appreciate that. I know we discussed that quite a bit in workshop. And having spent time looking at the outcomes from last year and going through our binders with all those measures, I appreciate that you took the time to give us a very clear picture of where we are so that these measures, we can be held more accountable to our measures. So thank you for that extra time and that coordination.
Mrs. Edmond?
I also would like to just echo the comments that have already been made, because being a new school board member and having lots of questions, it was very important for me to sit down, view the binders with the artifacts, as well as have the opportunity to ask questions and receive answers as it relates to our strategic plan and measurable outcomes. So I look forward to continuing to ask questions and working with you all. And thank you and your team, as well as the superintendents who also answered questions.
All right, anyone else? All right, good, thank you. So we do have a motion made by Mrs. Kane and a second by Ms. Long to approve the 2021-2022 District Strategic Plan. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item is to request the adoption of the proposed Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards 2022 legislative program. Do we have a motion? Okay, Mrs. Edmond, motion to accept. Second? All right, is that Ms. Kane? All right, Mrs. Kane has a second. Dr. Grego, do you want me to just go into it? All right. Mrs. Edmond and I had the opportunity to represent this board at the Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards. We joined that in about 2007, I think it was, and it's many of the coastal communities. We found that there were some things that were unique to those communities that didn't necessarily play out in the middle of Florida. And so it was designed to help strengthen the needs and some of those items so that we could go with a united front. We have been given a copy of, they have it as a final, but it's the draft of it. And we are allowed to look at it, and if there are items that you would like to pull off that you don't think are appropriate or that we as a board cannot support, we have the opportunity to do that. Otherwise, it will be sent on to them in a final form. This is a document that each one of the district counties will either unanimously support, or if there's an item, as I said, that we can't support, it will be taken off completely. We don't amend it, we don't do anything, it's basically an all or nothing for each particular item. So at this point, we would really like to have conversation as to are there any items in here that need to be pulled, or do we support the document? So I'm going to ask anybody. Mrs. Edmond, do you want to add to it?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for highlighting the work of the consortium. Having the opportunity to talk with colleagues about the issues that we face and really go back and forth with how we can problem solve was impactful for me. So I look forward to seeing the outcome of our vote.
Okay, good. There are a couple of items on here that we specifically put in here. One was to extend the lifespan of our of our referendums, so that a board could choose to do it anywhere from 4 years to 10 years. And if they guess it wrong, they run the risk of losing the referendum. But definitely to be able to maximize it for planning sake and that type of thing. So that was one of them that has been put in here. And the other one was to use other facilities, other governmental buildings, as well as schools, or instead of schools, let's look at them first. And we've talked about why that would be there. And it's also on our individual Pinellas County platform. So those are a couple of things that were added as a result of submitting it and the group talking about it. So if there is no discussion, we have a motion to adopt it in its entirety, is what it sounds like, to adopt the proposed Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards 2022 legislative program. All in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we'll now move. We do have some time. So items introduced by the superintendent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank Governor DeSantis and Commissioner Corcoran for visiting our district today. Both visited High Point Elementary School, a school that even through a pandemic increases its letter grade. Thank you, Mrs. Kane and Mrs. Cook, for joining us at that press conference. You'll hear a lot about it in terms of the different form of assessments that the state is moving to. I'm in favor of it. I think that monitoring students along the way instead of this huge assessment at the end is a good thing. I've talked with many of the board members about this in different ways, shapes, and forms. We have a lot of work to do still. Just recognize that it needs to go through the legislative process. I, for one, will be very involved with this, along with our Superintendents Association, to ensure that it's a meaningful thing for our teachers and our schools and students and parents. One of the highlights of it, though, that continued to be brought up today is the connection with families and the parents. The notion as we provide monitoring tools for parents, and parents always ask, well, how's my student doing, and what can I do? And one of the things we're trying to get closer to is to answer those two questions. So here's what they're doing great, here's where they need a little bit extra help, and here's what you could do to assist us in the partnership of educating your student. So if it reduces the testing time, it increases the instructional time, we all need to be open to it, and really understanding that the monitoring piece in this day and age with this technology, we ought to be able to do this. I've mentioned and used the College Board as an example. When they give an AP exam at the end of the year, they give these formative assessments periodically through the year, and as students progress, they find out where they're really strong and where they need to brush up. So it's better to prepare them for that AP exam at the end of the year. And guess what? Our passing rates go up. It's all about, you know, if you're really, really sick, do you wait to go see the doctor at the end of the year, or do you go in and get a checkup earlier? It's not let's wait, but rather let's see where we're at. So as I said, there's a lot to be still ironed out with it, but it's a great start. I think it's a great talking point. I think it's needed. We've been dealing with the FCAT or FSA for how many, 10, 15 years, just about in the same format. And there's a real desire that we've been working on for the last year and a half to try to better connect families to their students' assessment and their progress. I'll keep the board up to date on how we make progress on this collectively as a state, though. But right in line with that, I want to also talk about Level Up programs, our Level Up program, because it is really a great indication that everything's building on more individualized instruction. How do we individually prescribe or subscribe a instructional program for students and where their needs are, be in school and out of school, and in terms of enhancing our PCS Connects program that you see is very represented in our district strategic plan. Last night, in fact, our high school students, specifically our high school seniors, had their first session in Level Up. And the session was addressing specifically, with parents, by the way, the high school graduation requirements and how they can utilize the ACT and SAT. It answered those questions. And the workshop was entitled Level Up to Graduation. And not only the families and students that watched it last night, but the archiving of those so that you can go back to it at any time, day or night. Tonight, in fact, just started at 6 o'clock. The math team will host a Level Up session for middle school students and families regarding our IXL mathematics platform, which has skill-based activities. This is a very exciting middle school program that the middle school team is rolling out. And it's involving everyone in practicing and enhancing the math skills in middle school. So the Level Up sessions are going to continue, and I'm going to continue to promote it. We need to promote this throughout our entire community. They're on our website if anyone wants to learn more about it, but you're going to be hearing a lot more about it, pcs.org/level up. And I want to thank our teaching and learning department for all of the work that they're doing. And as a result of our one-to-one devices, we're truly succeeding at expanding the learning opportunities of all students. In addition to that, I want to talk a little bit about the early literacy and our literacy program. Again, expanding the learning day and also enhancing what we're doing during the day. Project 23 was launched this year, addressing specifically the need for reading proficiency across our elementary schools, and the reading recovery that we greatly expanded this year into more and more first grade classes in our elementary schools. So these are things that academically we're, as a district, we're 1 month into the school year, we're not only taking off, but we're really truly making some gains for the efforts that we're doing. And it all ties back to that strategic plan. I want to also give kudos to Robert Lynch, our Boca Ciega High School mathematics teacher. Robert was selected from Yale University as the 2021 Yale Educator Award this past year from the undergraduate admissions programs. You know that some prominent universities across the United States have this recognition program of their incoming freshmen to nominate a teacher that had tremendous influence. And Robert was one of only 50 teachers that were recognized, and 21 counselors who selected over 300 nominations, and that was just from Yale. So we congratulate the emphasis and the impact that our teachers are having. That sometimes the students write about them after they're gone, and what a great recognition. In addition, Skyview Elementary School welcomed the Wounded Warriors, a statue unveiling, and you can see a slide of that, I believe we have. Mike Delancey, a 2003 graduate of Pinellas Park High School. It's very appropriate that we had Pinellas Park High School here today, and wounded Marine Corps veteran, created the Wounded Warriors Ability Ranch in 2015. On September 1, the 15th anniversary of the sniper attack that paralyzed him, he brought a group of wounded warriors to Skyview Elementary School, and during the event, veterans and students gathered to unveil the sculpture of Patriot the Eagle. Thank you to all of the artists. Thank you to everyone, the maintenance department. There were so many people who had their hands in this effort. And thank you certainly to Principal Hester for a wonderful addition to your campus. She does a magnificent job. Also, our students every year, and this year was even a little extra special, commemorated the 20th anniversary of September 11th. As you know, Zona Elementary School in the very early days helped and was key in the creation of the Curlew Hills Memorial Garden of the 9/11 Memorial Service there. And I want to thank and recognize the Zona Elementary for still, 20 years later, still working and displaying their artwork, and also Jamerson Elementary School and their work in some displays in St. Petersburg area. We truly celebrated and honored and remembered the 9/11 tragedy that took place in our country, and it's so important that our students who weren't born at that time understand and remember and recognize the event of that day, that we all might learn from it. I also want to say thank you to Al Bennett, as many people on a Friday night and the lights go on and the football stadiums are there. We have a number of new athletic fields that we opened up this past Friday, Tarpon Springs Athletic Field, Clearwater you saw, Lakewood, and St. Petersburg, but all of our fields are beautiful, and our tracks are beautiful, and our athletic facilities, where I want to thank Mr. Herbick for all his work in enhancing not only the fields, but everything about them. And so Al is maneuvering greatly with everything else and continuing on the sports, not only in high school, but also in middle schools, which is so important. I remind the board that the Rays are celebrating Pinellas County Schools Night this Saturday at 6:10 against the Miami Marlins in interleague play. So if any board members are interested, they honor our teachers, they honor our school district, and certainly our students and others are recommended or certainly are celebrated there that night. And also the Rowdies will be doing the same thing on Friday, October 15th. So our district is operating smoothly. We have so much going on in terms of after-school, before-school activities, and certainly, as I announced, a lot of after-school activities of academic proportion in the household. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All right. Items introduced by the attorney.
I have no items this evening. Thank you,
Good,
Madam.
thank you. All right, items introduced by board members. All right, Dr. Carr?
Thank you. I want to add to some of the athletic events that we have going on. I had the opportunity to attend the relay swim event at North Shore Pool, and I don't know if you've had the opportunity to attend one of our swim meets recently, but I found it to be incredibly entertaining and far more fun than I dare say at football. But between the breaks and activities that take place and the level of engagement with families and the students that were there. So it was a tremendous event because it was all relay and a real opportunity for students from across the district, all our high schools were there, showing up and building their team spirit. I also wanted to acknowledge and thank Ms. Kane for your coordination, or your leadership, as well as Ms. Cook and Ms. Edmond for our legislative meeting, which took place yesterday, goodness, where. And those folks who were in attendance, Senator Risan, and as well as Representative Rayner and Representative Diamond and Representative Latvala and Representative Cheney. So those individuals who participated and were able to attend, it was especially fantastic for those who came to Pinellas Technical College because they had the opportunity to see some of the programs in action in schools. So the culinary prepared, we had the welding, we had, tell me the dog's name, I know you remember it, but Sponger the dog was there, and as well as the Juno, the body, for our medical program. So it was very engaging and a real opportunity for students and staff to showcase our certification programs. While we were there, an element that really stuck with me was a comment from Donna Cecilian, who is the leader of our student services. And one of the things that was poignantly asked of her was regarding any evidence or research related to positive or negative mental health around masking and other mitigation factors. And she articulated it so well, and I have such positive regard for her expertise as a mental health expert in our schools and in our community and as a leader, and I'm going to do my best to paraphrase her, but she certainly said that there was not specific evidence one way or the other of it being detrimental to the mental health and well-being in terms of in the literature with mental health at this time. But that really where we see, and as a former school counselor myself, I believe it's oftentimes in the way that adults frame things that can add to the stress and anxiety of students. So how we behave as adults and how we support our arguments and present ourselves contributes to the anxiety one way or the other. And it caused me to reflect on a lesson recently learned in our household that no individual is as totally good or totally bad as they are often portrayed. So there's not perfection or pure evil. So we want to make sure that when we are sharing our perspectives and opinions on positions in this environment, that we consider how we frame it to our children and how we present things to our children. And I just really, that was a big takeaway for me from the event when there was some of the discussion at the end. So I'm grateful to her for her expertise. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Herbick for working so hard. We've had some real struggles with transportation through, we're not alone in that. It's a national and statewide issue, finding individuals. I know we received our update on it. I know we've really been working to fill in gaps within the bus bulletins capacity to get the information out to families. And that we really started out with fewer drivers than we had in the past. And I'm grateful to you for these extra efforts you've been putting into place and the additional training group and folks that are, things that are about to roll out to really address some of those issues. So I appreciate our families and parents. I know that has had a direct impact on student instruction and learning, and I know that you're working on it. I know it's not something, and it looks like Dr. Grego, you have comments. Oh, okay. But I want to acknowledge that and put it out there publicly that it's not, we have received concerns, issues around that, and the things that are in the works. And then lastly, to represent a little bit of the data that we was shared. I have the opportunity to serve on the continuum of care, homeless leadership for the board, and the subcommittee I work on is, because you do also serve on a subcommittee, and I see some others that are on the committee. But one of them is data, system performances and measures, and one of the things that was very apparent regarding that, there was some recent probing and looking at our veterans and the disproportionate homeless rate amongst that group. And I just, we are fantastic in our celebration and recognition of individuals who have served this country in so many ways and with things that we do. And I'm just going to push again to request that we acknowledge it further and have Veterans Day as a holiday. I know we have gone back and forth on that quite a bit. I'm just going to put it out there again. While I acknowledge how much we do in the schools, I think particularly now it is incredibly important to recognize those individuals throughout the community and give the community the opportunity to step up and acknowledge and recognize our veterans in the community, with how many veterans live in our community, work in our community, and our family members in this community. So that's my report as a board member, and I hope we are able to move forward with that as a possible consideration for the calendar committee.
Exactly. Dr. Grego?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and if I may, if I could address, because I think Dr. Carr brings up not only one of the more important points. I know that about 3-4 weeks ago, we had a statewide meeting of all superintendents, and the number one issue was bus drivers, with a distant second, by the way. Yeah, thank you for recognizing Mr. Herbeck. I might ask if the board would allow me to bring you up to date on some of the very aggressive things that we're doing, things that we've never done before, but certainly we're getting some results. We're bringing some new drivers on. As you know, the board contracted out with some, so let Mr. Herbeck discuss some of the things we're doing and some of the relief that we're hoping to see in a week or two.
Thank you, Dr. Grego, and thank you, Madam Chair and board members. As he shared, we are trying some things that we have not tried before, and one of them is to contract with an independent contractor called ALC to transport some very special programs, and those are the programs for our extended transition students. And by doing that, really our transportation program prior to now for those students have been to take them from their home to one of their job sites. And these, again, are kids who are learning job skills. And 2 classes of extended transition students are actually at Walter Pinellas Service Center. And I know personally that the buses that bring those children in there, due to the length of the routes, they're not able to service students in the first run for that high school run. And then they bring them to Walter Pinellas. The program's so successful, we've actually hired students as part of our full-time staff out of there. So we want to make sure that we give them the service that they need. And so what we did is we, again, contracted with this firm to take those students to their job sites to make sure that they still have that high-quality experience. What that does for us transportation-wise is it actually freed up about 20 bus drivers that are able to drive during a high school run. Normally, in a normal year, we have 3 or 4 high school routes that are open. And when we don't have a driver for it, it means that we have to go ahead and fill a route, fill a run, and then double back and pick up kids. They're naturally going to be late to school. This year we have about 20 or 30 of those type of routes. So when we take 20 drivers and return them to the first slot, that's going to make, well, we hope, a tremendous difference. We've also just added 9 new students, or graduated 9 students from our bus driver class. They should be picking up their routes later on this week, Thursday or Friday. So now we're up to 29 additional drivers, and we have 13 in a class that's coming up right now that we're just starting. So when you start putting all that together, it kind of gets us back in closer to a normal year. One of the things that is always challenging whenever you have a shortage is the unknown of the daily call-offs. When we come in and we think that we have every route covered, and then a driver calls in the morning, they wake up, they don't feel well, something else is going on, and they can't come in. One of the things that we're doing now, and it's been in the contract for quite a while, that for every quarter, basically a grading period of 45 days, there's been an incentive of $100 to give drivers if they have perfect attendance during that time. And through this budget, or through the contract negotiation with SEIU, and I know to thank Mr. Andrews there in the back, we've been able to extend that from $100 to $1,200. So that a driver who has that perfect attendance for 45 days make a substantial bonus for being able to do that. That eliminates that huge unknown every morning, makes the job of our dispatchers and routers, which remember we combined our dispatchers and routers this summer into one job, and makes their job much easier, and it kind of gives us more of a fighting chance to be able to put the correct information into Bus Bulletin, because we won't have so many changes to put in every day, and parents will be able to get more accurate information, which has been a real cause of concern. Is Bus Bulletin just cannot handle the number of changes that we're having to put in today, and parents aren't being able to get the accurate information that they need. So again, those are some of the things that we're doing and putting in place. We'll keep you informed as we move forward. We also have put in a $1,000 bonus for transportation employees. We call it a headhunter bonus. If they go out and recruit someone who then passes our driver class and stays with us for a year, they can earn up to $1,000 of a recruitment bonus. And I know that's things that we see companies like Target and Walmart and other people doing as well. And hopefully that can work for us as well.
Board members, we're also recruiting, as we will run classes throughout the year. So the 40 or so drivers that Mr. Herbeck's talking about, which should be engaged in another week or two, will really help and relieve us. But we can't stop there. The bus driving and recruitment, we're looking at other marketing tools and hiring some folks to truly go out and year-round, so that we can be graduating 20, 30 drivers and at a clip, and also have some substitute drivers. So those call-offs in the day that we just don't know about. So I know this has been a strain for every school district, and large, medium, small. It hasn't been isolated by anybody. Every district is experiencing it, but I feel comfortable that we're constantly attacking the situation, not just having a discussion with it. So the other thing I want to do is just thank our bus drivers. I get an email every single night by the transportation department. I don't rest until every, what they say, every bus is back in the barn. And at that point, I know that we're good to go. And it's usually around 6:15. Then all of the runs with I just talked about athletics. You see them transporting our football team. So our bus drivers do a remarkable job, and they get up early in the morning. They're long days. So please, just really thank them for what they're doing. We'll continue to try to enhance their compensation along the way too, truly. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Carr, you thanked many of the people on the legislative committee, but you too served on that committee, and I want to thank you for your work on it as well. Okay, Mrs. Edmond, I think we have time for one more. So go ahead.
I would like, I would like to also thank Mr. Hendricks. I know that a lot of people have academic concerns as it relates to the quarantines, and I was able to ask him about the academic helpline. So I think it's important that people are aware that there is an academic helpline if your student is quarantined, and that laptops are available. So it would be great if communications could keep pushing out that information so that families are aware. And thank you, Mr. Herbeck, as it relates to the quarantine or providing food opportunities for families that are in quarantine. I noticed that the communications department did push that out on social media, and we're getting the ball rolling on that. So I really appreciate you and your team for that, as well as working through the bus situation, which you elaborated on a few minutes ago. I'd also like to congratulate
Pinellas Technical College for earning Tampa Bay's Times Best of the Best People's Choice Award for the Best Trade Vocational College in the Tampa Bay area for the second year. It really just shows not only the impact Pinellas Technical College has, but the opportunities that are available to all people who are interested in the trade. So opportunity truly starts at PTC. Also, I don't think we'll have time for it, but I'd like to put it out there. I would like to make a motion to adopt an emergency rule implementing a universal face covering policy with a medical opt-out for 90 days, reassessing every 30 days.
Mr. Happy, please.
And I also like to let my colleagues know that it's in draft form, so if you have other suggestions, you'll be able to make those
All right,
during the
so-
discussion.
So you're making a motion. Is there a second? Okay, your motion fails due to a lack of second. All right.
And-
Do you have anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to determine if there is consensus to have a special meeting to discuss COVID mitigation and possibly a mask option.
Okay. So do we have consensus? Does the majority of the board want to do that? Those that want to do that, raise your hand. Pardon?
I would like to make a motion.
No.
Take it back.
You're looking for consensus.
Looking for consensus to see if the majority of the board would like to have a special meeting to discuss COVID mitigation and if a mask policy and/or a mask policy.
Okay. Prior before our board workshop on Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. You wanted to speak to it, you said? We need to do it quickly or we'll stop the conversation and move on, but.
So I think it's just a question about if we would have a special meeting to discuss a whole range of mitigation strategies. And really, it's an opportunity, I think, also to hear from staff about how things are actually going, to formally hear from health experts, to formally hear from our community, who we've heard from thousands of people. But I know we've also asked this question several different times. So I guess it's just a question of, is there a consensus to have a formal meeting around this topic, address it?
Yeah,
in
that
its
is a question.
entirety.
That is a question.
Things like updates about the bus and updates from Mr. all of those things.
And staffing from Ms.
Staffing
Texel.
concerns, substitute issues.
Air
concern-
purification.
All those other mitigation topics
Contact
as
tracing.
well.
So, no, they're asking for it prior to the workshop rather than doing it at the workshop. Okay, so those that would like to do that, raise your hand and we'll see if we have the majority that would like to do that. All right, I don't see a majority, so what we could do is ask for some of those things to be added and brought to the workshop. Does that help? So that we know the mitigation, things that are going on and what is happening with air purification and sanitation and that type of thing.
That'd
All
be
right.
great. Thank you.
Anything else? Because we are 1 minute away from our time certain. Okay? Dr. Corbett, are there any board requests?
Yes, Madam Chair, the board requests are recorded as we will add mitigation efforts update to the workshop next Tuesday.
Okay, all right. So with that then, we can adjourn the meeting knowing that our evaluation will happen after. And after our budget hearing, we will have public participation. And we will now go to our public input. Excuse me. I gotta find my agenda. Second. Okay, here it is. I want to make sure we've done everything so far. Yes, we have. So we are at public participation. We're going to be calling several names, and we're going to ask you, to kind of line up a bit again, and so that we can make sure that we're getting in the proper order. If you'll just state your name before you start speaking, we would appreciate it. So, Mrs. Hauk, do we have speakers? Will you want to start calling the speakers' names?
Yes, ma'am. I'll call the first 5 speakers. David Happy, Amanda Detrimus, Kim McGee, Ray Tampa, and Katrina Seiler.
Very good, thank you. Welcome.
This message is not for all of you, it's for 3 of you. We tried representative government your way, and we've decided we're done dealing with you. Between Pinellas Community Patriots, Pinellas Watch, Pinellas County for Face Freedom, several other community groups, I'm here today to tell you we're done pandering to you. Today marks the start of a whole new movement to retake our government in Pinellas County. We've spent 18 months playing by your rules, respecting your decorum. You've spent 18 months ignoring the people you supposedly represent. And now the only rules you're going to be asked to follow are the rules of law. For 18 months, we've developed tremendous resources. We have attorneys ready to sue you should you decide to follow one of your commissioners in advocating breaking the law. We have one of the largest law firms in Pinellas investigating your ongoing law violations on critical race theory. We have eyes everywhere. By the way, so this past Saturday, when one of your CRT instructors mocked a parent that showed up to voice her disapproval of the CRT training happening in this room, when the same trainer then forced participants in this room you're sitting in to write every vile ethnic slur they could think of as part of the CRT training that Pinellas County forced some teachers to attend, happened in this room. When the teachers union sent you a rigged survey, results in hopes of force vaccinating kids this past week, we have a copy of the survey. 46% of the respondent teachers said they want the children force vaccinated. Understand, teachers union, you're never going to be touching our children. When your 3/7 of your board members spent 18 months denying science, some of the most brilliant parents and doctors parade in here to share with you, but your delusional board member creates a hand-drawn graphic about how 80% of the parents just want you to tell them what to do. You're moving money around in bogus real estate corporations, and we're watching. We're watching everything now. We're waiting for the mistakes that you make all the time. We'll bring the law and the state in to clean this up. The state is coming for your paychecks and ultimately for your seats. We're going to do the only thing that matters to you because we're going to take what you think you have here. We owe it to our kids, to the future generations, to break what you're trying to accomplish here in Pinellas. We've done it your way. We tried your way, meeting after meeting. 3 of you ignore science, ignore data, in your attempts to bring a weird ideological agenda into Pinellas County. Now, the only thing we're interested in is retaking our government for our kids. Putting real representatives in place, protecting our children, protecting our families, protecting our incomes, and protecting our community. We gave you all the benefit of the doubt, and now you're going to do it our way. Thanks to those of you up there that get it, and to those of you up there that don't, you're going to be hearing from us very soon.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda.
Thank you.
It's pretty comical to open up with Freedom Week and talking about the Constitution after the last year that we've had. There's been 13 Florida school districts that have issued mask mandates without a parental opt-out, defying Governor DeSantis' executive order and state rules that created to enforce it. There has been countless experts in this subject, including but not limited to industrial hygienists, whose entire job is to know the safety equipment and efficacy of them. Combined with, I don't know, common sense. Once you touch your mask and touch a doorknob, it's no longer working. Put a student in class all day long, how many times do you think he touches his mask? Do you think it's really doing anything at that point? There's been multiple medical journals by actual doctors showing the dangers of wearing a mask all day. There has been testimonies by psychiatrists on how it affects them mentally. I know you referenced a mental health expert. But again, common sense will tell you that it is going to affect a child and how they grow up by having to wear a mask 8 hours a day, combined with being coerced or bullying from teachers by telling them that they're selfish for not wearing it. So combine that with the survival rate of children from 0 to 19 of 99.9973%. What kind of human beings are we trying to raise here? And why do you want to go back on the mask mandates? You think that you have the authority and the permission, of which you have neither, to coerce, discriminate, or isolate in any way when it comes to masks, temperature checks, nasally raping, or how you like to call it, testing, quarantine, or vaccination. So just stop with the circus. We are done. You should be ready to accept full legal responsibility of said risks. And this precedent that is set by Biden, which is highly disturbing and unconstitutional, we're ready for the next thing that comes down the pipe, which is the vaccinations. We are no longer complying to any more COVID theater. If you continue, you are showing that you have done absolutely no due diligence. You do not have any critical thinking skills. And basically, all that we're trying to say to you, which I don't know why we have to sit here and beg, why are we begging you for a decent education without overstepping your authority? We want the choice. We do not want CRT in our schools. You can, even if you name it something else. We do not want forced masks or forced vaccinations. And all you're doing is breaking the children's future in this county. You're breaking the system that employs you by ignoring your constituents. And we're witnessing the entire foundation breaking down nationwide. So I ask you, what will you do to protect our country and our children, and not from the 0.0027% chance of dying from COVID?
Thank you.
Kim McGee and Katrina Seiler. The next 5 speakers are Liam Oliver, Stephen Russell, Lee Bryant, Nancy Davis, and Reverend Andy Oliver.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Liam Oliver. I'm a 7th grader at Morgan Fitzgerald Middle School, and I plan to be a public defender when I grow up. When I go to school, I wear a mask to protect others. Many others choose not to. Some think that freedom is choice should trump safety, but there are lots of things that we don't get to choose. I can't choose to go to school naked. I chose to get vaccinated. My little brothers didn't get to choose because of their age. No mask mandate means that my little brother Evan may spend the next month in the ICU instead of ELA. My youngest brother has epilepsy. If we bring COVID home to him, he might die. I am a student standing in front of my school board begging you to save lives. Require masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Russell.
Thank you.
I have a child in the Pinellas County school system. I also wanted to address the issue of masks this evening and specifically question the philosophy of the board when it comes to it. My first question is specifically, what studies and data are you utilizing in potentially implementing mask mandates? Too often in our society, we accept the politicization of science and we consider it a consensus when science is not a consensus. If 9 out of 10 scientists say the earth is flat, that does not make it true. You have been elected at a local level to do what is best for the children of this county, not to follow the ever-changing, inconsistent advice from the federal government. If data does not support implementing a mask mandate, the board must not implement a mask mandate. The board cannot make assumptions about data or guesses on science that do not exist in the real world. Your decisions must be based on factual data as we know it today, and we know nothing supporting the position that masks prevent the spread of COVID among children in a school setting. In addition to using actual data in our decision-making, we must also factor in the trade-offs to our decisions. Ultimately, we must determine what is best for our children, and in that respect, the board has to consider potential consequences of making children wear masks in school all day. Has the school board looked into studies related to respiratory issues with masks? Have they looked into potential learning issues with masks? Many children are visual learners and facial expressions are important to them. Have we considered anxiety issues related to the wearing of the masks and potential bullying around them? Or the simple fact that masks create a distraction to the child as they are uncomfortable being worn for prolonged periods of time. And we know when people are uncomfortable, they become distracted and potentially learn less. If every child is required to wear a mask, this would affect 100% of the school population in Pinellas County, and all of these negative potential issues would affect them. Are we willing to risk that? Thankfully, we know children are affected by this virus at an extremely low rate. The flu and other viruses have a higher mortality rate in children, yet the board has never taken up a mask mandate on the flu. And should COVID continue and turn into a mutating endemic, which we have to deal with for years to come, is the board proposing we have a mask mandate indefinitely? If masks are so effective, why force everyone to wear a mask? Why not allow the people who want to wear a mask wear a mask? Forcing everyone to do something without scientific data is a very dangerous and slippery slope. If we are simply implementing masks as a CYA measure, then shame on you, and please consider the children in making these decisions. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Chair Cook, Vice Chair Long, members of the board, Dr. Grego, and staff. By the way, it's Grego, not Greco. Sorry, I went to Greco Junior High School. I'm tired of them mispronouncing your name all the time. My name is Lee Bryant. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I rise to speak on my own behalf. The last time I spoke to you, I pointed out that Florida schools do not and never have taught critical race theory. Continued debate about that would be akin to debating the existence of the Easter Bunny. It's time to stop. I'm speaking tonight to support the need for masks for all students, faculty, and staff. I teach seniors, 17 and 18-year-old young adults. The majority of them are not wearing masks in class. And the numbers of reported cases is scary. The number of unreported cases is scarier. The numbers are telling the story. Last year, after the first 6 weeks of school, we had 164 staff and students with known COVID. This year, after the first 6 weeks, we have 3,556 known cases of staff and students. 164 to 3,556, 21 times higher than last year. And we won't even consider the masks and the mitigating issues we need. Mrs. Edwards has shown the courage to propose a meeting to discuss COVID mitigation, not limited to masks, but to discuss them. Only Dr. Carr and Mrs. Hine have supported the idea. Thank you to the three of you. To quote Stephen Hopkins of Rhode Island from 1776, well, in all my years, I ain't never heard, seen, or smelled an issue that was so dangerous it couldn't be talked about. Talk about it. Please refrain from the legality of the executive order. It doesn't take a historian to know that the law is not always a true moral compass of what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Andy Oliver. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church, but this evening I come to you as a dad. A proud dad of Liam, who you heard earlier, who comes home every day telling me what he learned in 7th grade civics class from Mr. Scalia. And of 5th grader Evan, whose pet tortoise and frog are calling him to a future career of herpetologist, perhaps. He also got a perfect score on his math FSA. We love our public schools. But both boys have had their learning interrupted by being quarantined. Both boys have had way too many substitutes due to COVID. Evan has had his bus combined with another route, giving him an extra hour on the bus for a week. All of this is preventable. You can look at other districts with mask mandates like Brevard, who in their email to parents today said, "We have had a decline in quarantine since the mask mandate was put in place on August 30th. The mandate will allow your school staff to remain focused on the #1 priority, educating your children." Many of you feel no urgency to use your unique power to act because anti-maskers and speakers at these meetings have outnumbered mask advocates. Whereas that may be true quantitatively, it certainly isn't qualitatively. Some arguments are more sound than others. More flat earthers in a room doesn't change the shape of our world. The data on masks and the Delta variant is clear. If leaders before us had practiced leadership by straw poll, we would still have segregated schools today. Doing what is right isn't always doing what is popular. In this case, you get the opportunity to do both, as mask mandates are urged by our medical professionals and favored by residents of Pinellas in recent polls. Doing the right thing may upset a certain governor and cost you a future political appointment, but if it keeps children and teachers and bus drivers and staff safe in our schools, if it slows community spread, if it saves even one life, then it's the right thing to do. In the future, I beg you, as a dad, for the safety of my children, especially my youngest who can't get the vaccine yet, show some courage. Mandate masks and keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Susan Wade from St. Petersburg. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. I also would like to say I have a special respect for Ms. Edmonds, who has shown time and again that she has the courage to do the right thing. Additionally, I think all of us here prefer to be governed by our local leaders like you. We elected you to do what is best for our children, teachers, and administrators. Across Florida since July, 13 school children and 68 educators have died of COVID-19. One of them, Josh Sanders, was from here, Pinellas County. I'm sure you are all aware of that. Right now, there are more than 4,300 COVID-19 cases in Pinellas County. These infections and death might have been prevented if everyone had been wearing masks. Certainly, the numbers would have been lower. The positivity rate in Pinellas County is up 14%. Masks are recommended until the positivity rate drops below 5%. If it's lawsuits that you fear, the law is actually on your side. A gubernatorial executive order is not the law. But I think you should all consider the fact that there are wrongful death lawsuits, and that might be something coming in the future. I realize that you are contacted daily by a loud and aggressive group who stand in opposition to a mask mandate. They are in the minority. A Quinnipiac poll conducted from August 17th through the 21st among Florida adults found 60% support for mask mandates. I'm sure those figures would be commensurate right here in Pinellas County. Please do what is right for our community and the students, teachers, and administrators in Pinellas County, and institute a mask mandate for our schools. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Lindsay Cross, Angela D., Mark Clutho, Amy Pert, and Carrie Johnson.
Are any of those speakers here?
Lindsay
I know
Cross?
Yeah.
Mr. Clutho, Angela, okay. I said Lindsay Cross, Angela D., Mark Clutho, Amy Pert, and Carrie Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Amy Pert.
Amy
I have
Pert,
a
okay.
12-year-old at Palm Harbor Middle, and so I'm here tonight as a mom. I'm also a nurse of 18 years, pediatrics specifically. This past year, many parents have awakened to some pretty alarming things, and many of us promised to keep eyes on. I made that commitment, and I meant it. I'll be here for every meeting I am able, regardless of what is on the agenda. Unfortunately, I was not surprised to hear Caprice make a move to force mask our children, so I'll speak to that. I want to thank the board members who have sincerely listened, who helped us start this year on a high note by giving families the responsibility to make choices that are right for them. Our kids are thriving. Thriving. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. As several of you mentioned earlier this evening, there are so many awesome activities our kids have to be excited about, both inside and outside the classroom. For those of you who would do anything in your power to take this choice away, up to and including subverting the law, shame on you. If you think we wouldn't notice the bump set spike between Dr. Carr, Miss Edmonds, and Miss Hine, well, that's why we're here today. Today we recited the pledge together. We had the pleasure of hearing from a wonderfully talented student, and there was recognition of our beautiful Constitution and the celebration of freedom, precious freedom. Let's continue to focus on holding up freedom while we support and nurture the needs of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Carrie Johnson. I was not prepared to speak today. I can't believe we're even back at this point arguing over masks. I did want to come to the meeting. My daughter offered to come and speak for me because she knows my anxiety at speaking at these things. She has softball. She's in 5th grade. Her dream was to become a safety patrol officer, and she did that. She was the first one voted by her teachers from last year, even though she was absent online learning all year. I've written to you guys, I've read comments thanking you for upholding our parental choice in decisions for our children. She is happily back at school. If a mask mandate comes, she will forever leave the Pinellas school system. Her choice as well. I'm not just going to force that on her. She will not agree to an education in a mask. I don't even know what else I want to say. I have lots to say and no organized thoughts. I appreciate you, again, upholding the law. I think it is abhorrent that Caprice is trying to engage you guys in breaking the law and in reinstituting a mask mandate. At this time, it is still against the law. My daughter had a 2nd grade teacher who at the time I like and admire, still can't say that I don't, and she recently shared on Facebook a public post about her COVID experience. She admits to being an avid mask wearer, having COVID vaccinations, and still getting sick. She alleges that she got sick from someone that had the shots and was an avid mask wearer as well. Then she went on to urge the rest of us to please get our vaccines and wear a mask. I didn't bring any science today because we're not even at a logical point. At what point does that seem logical for her to beg us to do something that she did and it did not help her, as did others? My family got COVID, my mother is fully vaccinated. They say that she didn't have as great of illness because she was vaccinated. She had the same exact symptoms as us, and there will never be any way to determine if that would have been otherwise. So I urge you, keep doing the good job. You guys have a difficult job. I wouldn't want it. I'd rather keep mine. Please do not institute another mask mandate. Oh, I had one more thing. Hand washing. That is my #1 go-to for infection. The first day of school, as I turned from the classroom to wash my hands, the hand washing stations were empty. I did not mind because I sent my daughter with her own, by the 3rd time I got my hand wash. I sent my daughter with her own hand wash because she is in control of her health. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mark Lutho, Largo. Here's a cartoon from the great Clay Bennett. Used to be with the St. Pete Times. And it's the great vaccine debate. Has the Dr. Farr at the lectern and the against at the lectern. It's an urn. You get it? The fool that doesn't get the vaccine dies. And these big whiners that are against the vaccine and other protections like the mask, well, you know, their kids to go to school, they have to get the vaccines for the measles and the mumps and all these other pertussis and other things. Why aren't they screaming about that? I don't understand it. Where's the liberty thing with that? Just think of all the pain and suffering there would be if those vaccines were ignored. It's, you know, doggone shame with these flat earthers. I mean, it's a world of just people coming out from underneath the rocks and ignoring the science. You know, I applaud the three of you up there on the board that want to do the right thing and, you know, help the young man that was here, that as he stated, he has a sibling at home that could possibly die if he would bring home COVID. You know, and there are people here that are, I guess, laughing, thinking that's something funny. Oh, well. You know, can't really care about that. It's too bad. Just too bad. I mean, thousands and thousands have died.
Thank you.
Doggone shame people don't realize reality.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers will be Stephanie Fry, Elizabeth Fox, Nicholas Carey, Ms. Cox, and Kevin Johnson.
Just come on up.
I don't know where Stephanie is.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Elizabeth Fox, and oh, what a joy to be able to follow that lovely gentleman back there who does nothing but insult people. I would like to say that, you know, 0.34% of the total district population that were confirmed positive or impacted by COVID yesterday. 0.34%, that's 1/3%. You want to mask 100% of the population for those people. In the 9 days prior to September 11th, new pediatric admissions in Florida fell from a 7-day average of 69, Florida, to 48. In other words, they fell by a third in 9 days. Also note that over 50 of the 67 districts in Florida do not have any sort of mandatory masking in effect. None. And yet, cases are falling. Cases. The Atlantic published an article on 9/10 headlined, "The downsides of masking young students are real." The article goes on to state, the educational cost of face coverings is far better established than the benefits of mandates. This is the real issue. The known cost of mandatory masking for many kids completely outweighs any known benefit from mitigating COVID in schools. A study reported in Medical Express found that reports of more children being hospitalized for the Delta variant have been exaggerated. In an article headlined, "Study suggests Delta does not cause more severe childhood COVID," the medical news agency reported that after examining 3,116 hospital records from the period before Delta and comparing them to 164 records during the Delta period, the percentage of children with severe indicators was found to not differ greatly. On September 9th, Florida's R-naught, and R-naught is the measure of how many people each infected person tends to pass an infection to, was 0.62. Anything less than 1 means that things are going down, the wave is over. And contrary to polls, I don't know where these polls come from, if the vast majority of parents are sending their children to school without masks, which I don't have anything official, but everybody I have talked to has said kids aren't wearing masks in school. To me, that's an indicator parents do not want their children wearing masks in school. You don't need any polls to tell you any different. That's the poll you need to look at. And as far as measles, mumps, rubella, and any other vaccines, if you were educated, you would know that Florida has religious exemptions. So any parent that has a religious reason not to give their children those vaccines is exempt, and that is Florida law. So, any questions? Oh, he left. I want him to know that he was spouting things that weren't true. So I've cautioned everybody, you know, and even with me, don't believe what I say. Go look for yourselves. Do the research. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Trinia Cox, and I'm currently serving as the first vice president of the St. Petersburg NAACP. And I'm also an appointee to the District Monitoring Advisory Committee, which is a judicial oversight committee to monitor the segregation of the Pinellas County schools. And this is year 2021, and that lawsuit started in 1964. And I have seen such promising results from that committee, and we've dealt with very difficult topics for years, but I see promising results. So when I think about that, I'm very hopeful, even though I'm quite alarmed at what we're seeing now. What we're seeing now is that there's a need for people to care for others and not just limit their attention to their immediate families. Let me share what I'm talking about here. What we have, on 9/11, I looked at your dashboard and saw that there were 3,995 students who tested positively for COVID, and that it affected 8,313 individuals. That is amazing. And they said the impact was 35%. And then I look again today, and the numbers are still sprawling forward. What needs to happen? I'm not just talking about black students. If I were talking about black students, I'd be saying, look, 1.5 times likely to contact COVID. I would say to you, for those who get it, 4 times likely to be hospitalized. I would tell you also 3 times likely to die. So you have the power of life and death in your hands. And I'm appreciating your position a little bit more now than I ever had before. I think what you're going to have to wrap yourself around is a courageous conversation, not just 3-minute sound bites. We're going to have a special session to have the conversation to see how we can have mask mandates. Give folks who want the option of their children not wearing a mask to take that option somewhere. And I want you to be courageous and responsible and provide a safe learning environment for all children.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My first time in the board meeting. My name is Kevin Johnson. I'm Vice President of Friends of Johns Branch Library Incorporated. who led a petition drive 20 years ago to save a library and got a new library. I was in the hospital with COVID-19. I was very sick. I almost gave up. I made it out, but some people who came in there with me didn't come out. I wasn't going to speak the other day, but my grandson, who's at Pinellas Park High School, he got quarantined. Papa, I want to go back to school, because he's in the criminal justice program, and he comes from, he'd be the third line in law enforcement. I said, you can't go back. I think it's important to wear masks because, okay, we're talking about not just the part, we're talking about the whole. And I think that we're talking about a matter of public health and public safety. And I'm going to end it right here. Are we going to be statesmen and stateswomen? What's wrong with having a conversation? I mean, if you have a conversation, it may not go my way. It's obviously I'm for masks, but I think I commend Ms. Edmond and the others. I think you need to have this conversation because if you don't, we all lose. So let's have some courage, because are we going to get caught up in politics or is it going to be principles? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Nick Carey. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I'm here representing Faith in Florida. There's been a lot of talk about the legality of whether or not we can implement a mask mandate, but know this, that not doing the right thing, not requiring a mask in schools can and likely will land Pinellas County Schools in a lawsuit. If you think you're following the law by abiding by DeSantis's executive order, it's not law, by the way, then you're continuing to break federal law that protects students with disabilities and complex medical needs, violates the ADA, our own state constitution, has provisions that require that schools are safe. You all know that schools aren't safe without masks. We've seen the difference between this year and last. We see the difference between private schools right now and public schools right now. We elect you to do what is best for the schools here in Pinellas. Don't allow the governor to make decisions that we don't want here in our community. You know what the right thing to do is to protect our children's health. We helped some of you get elected, and when we did that, we knew that you would make thoughtful decisions that are in the best interests of our children, and we need you to stand with us. We also want to recognize that what we're asking you to do requires a lot of courage. It's a very tumultuous time. Fear is real. There's fear of retaliation from those who seek to intimidate and bully, including our governor. But that's a small minority. You heard one of the polls. I guarantee you if you had a referendum tomorrow, a mask mandate would pass easily. We have the tools to fight back against this, and the law is on your side. I'm asking you to stand on the right side of history, stand with the people who want to protect our children. Put masks on.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers is Stephanie Lane, Josh Wallace, Sweet, Megan Dougherty, and Esther Eugene.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Josh Wallace. I have 2 daughters in Pinellas County Schools. And I was going to come here today to talk about disappointment. Disappointment that there is a layered approach to safety with our students in schools. It's not just masks. We can do other things. We can do social distancing. We can do hand washing. We have other ways to protect the students and the staff. I know that things are out. I was going to talk about that disappointment, but I won't. I was going to talk about the disappointment in parents having to pay for air filters to put in schools because the school district has said they will not follow that, even though they say they follow the CDC guidelines. And that is one of the recommendations from the CDC. But I won't talk about that either. And I won't talk about the disappointment, how our social distancing is better here for adults than it is for our kids at school. But I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to say thank you. Thank you for giving me extra time with my daughter because she contracted COVID at school. 10 days, 10 extra days with her because she's not at school. Thank you for the late nights with my oldest because she was concerned about her sister. Your inactions led to that. Thank you. And thank you for giving my oldest the courage to write a letter to you and to write a letter to her school voicing her concern for the students. And 13 other students write letters and hand-delivered them to you yesterday. Thank you for giving her that courage. And the other thing that I hope for, my only wish, my only hope in all of this, is that the CDC can get some political appointments to dangle in front of some of you so you follow their guidance as fervently as you do the governor's. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Cook and school board members. Esther Eugene, President of the St. Petersburg branch NAACP. I'm going to read to make sure that I adhere to everything. Once again, I stand before you because of a crisis that remains critical and of utmost importance to the NAACP. Many this evening will speak on the need to adhere to an executive order. However, that order has been overruled in a court of law, with the key piece of the determining factor being the measure that allows schools to circumvent the legislation if it is demonstrated that such action is reasonable and necessary to achieve a compelling state interest. Many will speak on parental rights, and certainly we honor and respect those rights. However, let's work hard to balance those rights and the very real data provided by your dashboard. From 8/25, one day after the last school board meeting, until today, there have been 3,145 confirmed cases, 5,951 impacted individuals, and of which those numbers, 2,672 are enrolled students, roughly about 2.5 to 3.3% of total school body. Chair Cook and Vice Chair Long, you guys, you really are charged with uplifting your responsibility, your commitment to your leadership, and the mission and vision of the school board. We must remain mission-driven. It is about the vision and the mission right there and on your website. Remain committed to it, please. It's important also that we put a voice to the students, the instructors, and the support staff that are currently battling this virus. And then lastly, I want to send respect and honor to the memory of Mr. Josh Sanders and his family. Really, today, we should have taken a moment to honor him because he died loving what he did for this county and this school system. I am so disappointed that I look at 1, 2, 3, 4 school board members and not one person could second a motion. But you're sitting up there with your mask on. That's disappointing.
Thank you. Good evening.
I haven't started talking. I was just adjusting the mic.
Okay. Reset the clock,
I do it every
please.
time because I'm so short. Okay, first of all, I wanted to say you're welcome, Ms. Cook. I noticed that you thanked me in the last video about the decorum in the room because that was all me, stopping both sides from arguing and chanting. So you're welcome, because I understand that the laughter takes away from our time,
Thank
and
you.
so does the clapping. I'd also like to point out that Mr. Little Liam took off his mask and put it right here. I've been videotaping. Everybody's been touching this all day, and multiple people have taken their mask off and put it right here and then put it right back on. This is where everybody's been touching while they're talking. That's what's going on. I'd also like to point out that you were talking about disabled veterans. I'd like to remind you, you had a veteran escorted out of here when she tried to come up and talk without her mask, just a little reminder. Also, my daughter came from Pinellas Park High, and we were waiting on a list to take her to Osceola. She failed instantly when she went from Pinellas Park High to Osceola. She was crying at home, having anxiety, talking about how all the teachers just showed videos, and Osceola High was actually teaching. So it was really tough for her to go from that to that in the middle of school last year. That's great. I did withdraw both of my kids, though, permanently after a predatory teacher told them that they could not go to mom and dad with new problems because mom and dad only had old answers. I'm still in the process of getting everything to you because I had COVID. I got over COVID in 2 weeks. My whole family should be dead because we're all completely immunocompromised with multiple immunodeficiencies and asthma and chronic bronchitis, and I guess we should all be dead. We're a freaking miracle up here. I don't know how that all happened. But I'd also like to discuss the fact that we don't need the parental Bill of Rights. We don't need any of these things. All these people talking about laws. We were born with the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights says that we are allowed to say no to any medical treatment being pushed around on us. We're allowed to do that. And we don't need anything written after to do anything. Anything written after that, it all supersedes to the Constitution. So no, you don't have that rule. And also, if you did it, I know a lot of parents just wouldn't. If they didn't take their kids out of school, they just wouldn't, because they've realized now that they have rights that don't come from the governor, they don't come from anybody. But the fact, too, that you didn't get it. The last time, I mean, I watched the video, they told you 3 times, even Mr. Kapersky over and over again, Miss Edmond, and it's Edmond, not Edwards, not Edmonds, it's Edmond, that you couldn't do it. And again, we still can continue to do it. And if it was such a big issue to the NAACP, they'd have been here before Miss Edmonds went online and asked them to come. But they also had a public meeting, Mr. Kapersky, with Broward. Public comment wasn't allowed against Sunshine Law. But also, too, I've been protesting. I protested at your house. I was there. And if you want to know, taking a picture of my car in the sunlight, and that's a better picture. So if you'd like to, it's out there. It has chameleon color-changing paint. But if you can't clean up your own house that has rotting wood, holes, and a very lackluster lawn compared to the rest of it, how can we expect you to do a good job? You don't understand the protocols here?
You need to limit your comments to the board business, the business of the district, not the home of any board member.
We're not going to talk about the home, and yes, you may have 6 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, it's not going to,
I don't think we can do 6 seconds.
So I got to count to 6 while I'm talking so I can, okay. So I just want to know what you're going to do about the violations of the Sunshine Law, and also if we can't speak here, we will go to your house.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Megan Doherty, and what an example of decorum. Thank you all for your service. This is the first time I've ever been to a meeting like this, spoke to a meeting. I watched all 6 hours of the meeting last month while I could. I was born at Morton Plant, as well as our first presentation, that woman, the teacher there. I went to Dunedin Middle, Dunedin High, Curtis Fundamental. I'm a member of Pinellas County, and I've got a first grader in Pinellas County schools. And I want to just share my personal experience because I feel like it's the only thing I can do, which is I've known more people in the past month that have had COVID than in all of the last year. I feel like it's knocking on our doors and we're not doing anything about it. Yesterday, I came off quarantine with my daughter, who was exposed because one of the little girls that sits next to her in her classroom was positive. And I knew her mother. And her mother called me hysterically crying. She couldn't believe that her daughter got positive, or was positive. And I said to my daughter, "Were you wearing a mask?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Was she wearing a mask?" This is a 6-year-old. And she said, "No, it's her choice." Her mother, who I know, and I didn't tell, said she was wearing a mask. We're asking 6-year-olds, I'm asking my 6-year-old to make a decision with other 6-year-olds about wearing a mask. And it's like asking a kid, do you want broccoli or donuts? And they're not able to make that decision. We are here to help them and allow them to go to a safe place to learn. And if a mask just helps it a little bit, And it doesn't mean, you know, we think about the mental health. Think of the mental health when they're quarantined. This family I'm talking about has run out of COVID days. She's a school teacher. The dad had it the first week. The mom had it the second week, and now the kid has it. She's a teacher. She's run out of COVID days. You know, I have friends on both sides of the aisle. I don't have this conversation with them. I know a woman who was COVID positive and sent her kid to school and told her not to tell anyone. I didn't have this conversation with them. I don't have these conversations. But for you all, I would plead with you to think and you put your head down at night. Are you allowing our schools to be as safe as possible? These people can talk numbers all day long, but let's look at the CDC. Let's look at what the American Pediatrics Association suggests. You know, I don't have a lot of time left, so I'll stop.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Lane.
Thank
I
you.
have 2 daughters in the Pinellas County school system. One is too young to be vaccinated. I'm here to urge you to enact a mask mandate. Last month, I received a robocall from the Department of Health. They said, "We're sorry, your child has been exposed to COVID, and so she needs to stay in quarantine for X number of days, ending on the date that they called me." They called me the day she was supposed to end her quarantine. Obviously, she did not quarantine. Thankfully, she did not get sick. The school never notified me, ever. The same month, I received a text from a friend who said, "I'm sorry to tell you that my son tested positive for COVID, and I want to let you know because he sits next to your daughter in many of their classes." And I said, "Thank you so much." Neither the school nor the Department of Health ever contacted me. The safety protocols that we have in place now are not enough. They are not working. We are not contact tracing enough, and our students are paying the price. Additionally, our kids are being dispersed, to other classrooms because we have staff who were out due to COVID. Now they're crunching even more kids into a smaller space. Again, safety protocols not being enough. We do have many awesome activities here in Pinellas County Schools, to echo what some people said earlier. Unfortunately, in both of my daughter's schools, we are seeing many of those activities have to be curtailed. Drama and performance things are having to be canceled because COVID rates are so high, we can't have people in auditoriums and we can't have children performing with no masks on. So what's the point? Our kids aren't bothered by the masks. They wear them, they know it protects them, it protects the people around them. If our kids know it, I would encourage you all to know it too. So please, please, keep our students safe, and enact a face covering mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers will be Kathy Koenig, Susan Wade, Julie Russell, Janice Sapiega, and Lisa Perry.
Welcome.
Hi. It's good to be here tonight. And one of the reasons I'm here is because in my working lifetime, I was a classroom teacher. I was an educator committed to my career. I taught for 35 years here in Pinellas County in public schools and private schools from preschool through 8th grade. I loved what I did. It was what I was meant to do. Upon my retirement, I substituted and I tutored for many years. I guess the main thing I want to say to you tonight is how I am aching for the status of our school district during this overwhelming pandemic COVID time. I have 3 grandchildren. Of course, they're perfect and wonderful, but I won't go down that road. They attend North Shore Elementary in St. Petersburg, and their school has a hardworking faculty. They're devoted, they're dedicated, beyond description, really. They're bright, they're loving, however, as many schools at this time, their school needs stability. It needs cohesion. Many, many students and many countless faculty have been diagnosed with COVID this school year, and it just results in great confusion. There has been a lack of establishing a safe, healthy, unified community. So I am here to say that I believe that mandating wearing masks serves the greater good of all, and through this unity, the result is improved safety and health for all members of any and all school communities. Having said that, I personally would like to thank Caprice Edmonds, Laura Hine, and Nicole Carr for their support of the proposed mandate of faculty, staff, and students wearing masks during the school day, which was discussed at a recent meeting. And although it didn't pass, I am grateful for their support of this mandate, and I am hopeful as discussion continues on this issue, other board members will be inclined to join this point of view. I think it was, I don't know, a few days ago in the paper, there was an article by Tampa Bay columnist Jeff
Solacek. Yeah, time's up. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I am a speech-language pathologist with the school system, and I just wanted to talk for a moment about masks and speech and language development. Both the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association both state that there is no known evidence that use of face masks interferes with the speech and language development of children. Concerns are understandable among parents on this issue, but young children are capable of using other clues such as gestures, tone of voice, and eye contact that can help facilitate that language development. And children also get their time at home without masks to further facilitate that language development. The bottom line is that we need to put our safety first, and I commend our board members who are trying to do that tonight. We know that in-person learning is best, and masking will make it less likely that both children and staff will make it less likely that they will get sick or have to quarantine. COVID is stressing our school system at all levels, from teachers to bus drivers to paraprofessionals to food service workers. It's all overwhelming for our district, and I worry about the health of our district moving forward. I understand that there's a real fear of retaliation from a vocal minority of people who do not support masks, but the majority of the community is on your side, and they do support masks. The law supports masks, and so does the science. I'd like you to join the other Florida school boards, and incidentally, all the Catholic schools in Pinellas County are also requiring masks at this time. Please join them and do everything you can to help keep our students and our staff safe. Thank you.
Before you leave, thank you. Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Julie Rustle.
Okay, Julie
Thank
Russell.
you.
And the last speaker was Kathy Koenig. All righty, thank you. And I'm going to remind people, I just got a note, please remind them to introduce themselves. Good
Hello,
evening.
I'm Jan Sapega from Dunedin, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to say to Caprice Edmond, thank you so much, along with Dr. Nicole Carr and Laura Hine for supporting a mask mandate. For board members Lisa Kane, Carol Cook, Bill Dudley, and Eileen Long. Currently, you do not support a mask mandate and don't seem to really care about the facts or the data that's presented. You won't even support a special meeting to discuss mandates or other options for mitigating the COVID virus. So since facts don't really seem to change your mind, I'm just going to say this one thing. The number of COVID cases so far this school year in the four-county region of Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Hernando counties has nearly surpassed the number of cases for the entire 2021 school year. This board is charged with the safety of all Pinellas County students. Whenever a child is exposed to COVID at school, it puts the entire family and that family's entire support system at risk for contracting COVID. My husband and I have 4 grandchildren attending 3 different schools in Pinellas County. So far, each of them has been quarantined a week because they were exposed to COVID by a COVID-positive child in their classroom. My 10-year-old, who was cheering me on to come tonight, grandson, said, please tell the board that not even half of the kids in my class are wearing masks. All school board members need to look beyond the immediate ramifications of the rampant spread of COVID in the classroom. You need to look beyond what's just happening in the schools. If you, the school board, isn't doing everything possible to contain this pandemic within your jurisdiction, then aren't you morally and ethically responsible for the illness, hospital and medical costs, and possible death of members of Pinellas County community who contract COVID from your unmasked students? All we need is for one of you to have a change of heart. Ms. Edmond, Hine, and Carr, please stay in the fight and know that your efforts are greatly appreciated by we citizens who care more about the greater good than by making a huge point about our right to choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Lisa Perry, and I am a community activist, as many people I work with off and on. I'm here today as a Pinellas parent. I have 2 young children, too young to get vaccinated. I know something about courageous leadership, as I have led a lot of efforts in collaboration with coalition partners trying to keep our community safe through COVID-19. And I want to just first of all say thank you to Caprice Edmond for her courageous leadership. And I hope that that courageous leadership and fighting for the safety of our children is something that spreads and that I see more of from those of you who may sit with us at the end of the day, because I will tell you that my daughter has not been in school since the middle of kindergarten because she is immunocompromised. She cannot return to school safely. I will also beg the question, what has changed from last year? In 2020, as we started the school year, I hosted with my organization a virtual event with Dr. Grego, who is very in favor of all of the mitigation efforts, letting parents know that the Pinellas County School Board was going to do everything that they could to take care of our kids and keep them safe in school. What I would like to know is what changed the tune when our numbers are 3 times what they were at that point, when we have a variant who's affecting children more so than others, okay? And I am trying to really talk slowly and calmly, but I am very upset about what I heard earlier about mental health and the way that we talk to our children, because I have had to have 3 conversations with my daughter, who is sitting at home right now, not able to join her kids to keep herself safe because her leadership is failing her, the people she counts on for a good education. One of her friends just passed away. So let's talk about how do we talk about mental health to our kids. And I really feel that there are simple mitigation efforts such as masks, such as social distance spacing, okay, in the classrooms, just contact tracing. These items should be implemented right now, and it is inexcusable that they are not available to make the school system safe. That is your job. That is why we have elected you, okay? You represent us and the kids, and you know that. And in most times, I do believe that you do actually do a really great job in our school systems. I have been very proud and grateful for your service. And right now, I am just gonna ask you to please lead by not lead by the example of the power, but by the power of our example, and join other school districts around the state who are standing up against policies that are killing our children and also putting our
Thank you.
The next group of speakers will be Patricia Moser, David Jones, Nancy Velarde, Nick Wright, and Rod Quillitz.
Just come on up. Some speakers may not be here, so it's even more important that you give your name. Welcome.
Yes. Nancy Velarde. On August 2nd, I asked for protections for the teachers through an MOU. Here we are a month and a half later, and I'm still struggling to bring myself to sign this document because of the level of protection reflected in that agreement. While the numbers of cases have lowered a bit, we are still in the throes of a surge, and we have already seen over 4,600 cases in our schools, with 8,500 having to isolate or quarantine at one point or another. 3,600 of those positive cases are children. Finding substitutes is a daily struggle, and our mental health professionals are being pulled from their important duties of caring for students to cover classes. More than 100 teachers have resigned or retired early since schools opened because they feel too vulnerable and they feel that you don't care for them. We need to slow the spread in our schools, and we can only do that with increased protocols and protections. And this begins with you and a simple conversation. Our last MOU had a minimum distance for physical separation of 3 feet. While this was not a great number compared to the recommended 6, it was at least a number. We have no number this year, which means our students and teachers can be jammed into small rooms with no social distancing. We have no strong recommendations for virtual options for training and meetings for the teachers and staff. It is left to the discretion of administrators, and while I am a strong believer in common sense used to make decisions of this nature, sadly, common sense is not as common as we all hope it is. Clear language is needed to avoid crowded meetings and trainings for our educators. Mixing cohorts is foolhardy at this juncture, as well as pushing in for specialized instruction. It interferes with contact tracing. We have so much access to technology, and we sing the praises of it constantly. Why not use it creatively to protect both educators and students from unnecessary risk? An abundance of caution has rarely been regretted, especially when it comes to our health. There have been days recently when I've become discouraged, but generally I still believe that we can become true partners in improving Pinellas County in many ways. We have a new opportunity to work toward a better system of assessment and accountability after the governor's announcement today, and I look forward to those discussions. Let's start by showing the employees that both of our organizations have an equal interest in protecting them from unnecessary risk. Let's make the extra effort to assure them that they are valued and they are respected, and let's do it together. My vision for this district is creative, innovative collaboration that results in a joint celebration of higher learning opportunities and even finer instruction.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
David Jones, classroom assistant.
Thank you.
Throughout the past school year, I currently have served as a classroom assistant. I've assisted many teachers at several schools throughout the district. During this time, there have been occasions where the teachers will be forced to conduct their classroom lessons and activities without anyone to assist them. I have inquired about substituting for a child development associate position where a staff member had an emergency or needed to take off for a doctor's appointment. The position was only 1 or 2 days. An announcement was posted, but no one filled the position, leaving the teacher without anyone to assist her. This happens a lot throughout the county. I inquired to Human Resources about the question, and they said to substitute for a CDA was changed years ago, and the requirements such as the position will be filled by an instructor or substitute. VPK and kindergarten classes can be very challenging in many ways. In addition to instructing and dealing with the needs of each student, the teachers have planning, grading forms, filling out. Teachers are constantly on the move with projects. They have to do it all. They often are left alone without any assistance. Not only is this detrimental to the teachers, it creates problems for the students. There are many situations and challenges that can occur with a small child. For example, a student working on his/her iPad doing a lesson encounters problems, but there is no one to provide additional help as the teacher is trying to instruct or assist other students. The student is left alone. When assistant present, the student has a chance of getting needed and timely help. Thus, learning continues and an instructional time is not wasted. Another example of a situation which happens quite often while following the line outside the classroom, a student gets upset with one of his peers and run off around the corner. The teacher has to stop in line, make the students wait while he or she deals with locating the runaway student. Again, the teacher is left alone to deal with this issue. A lot of students coming from activities for lunchtime, having problems with washing their hands because the faucet is too far to reach for the soap dispensers out. Once again, the teacher is alone and instructional time is lost. In addition to serving as a classroom, I'm asking you consider allowing classroom assistants to accompany classes on an emergency basis for a CDA when a CDA is trying to take the position is not available. I'm asking for you to consider a classroom assistant to come in for emergency. I've approached many other teachers and they are for this. And also they've asked also that to add to this, a classroom assistant to accompany in case there's a shortage of volunteers and other staff to separate them from.
Right. Good. Thank you. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Third time's a charm. Good evening.
Good evening. Pardon me. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Grego and staff. I beg your pardon. Today I had the pleasure of holding 3 restorative circles with my classes. And I was forced to admit by some of my students that I love my students. And I said, I love you guys. And one little girl said to me, by little I mean a small teenager, Mr. Wright, do you mean you like us? I said, yes, I do like you. I like all my classes, I like all my students. And I said that to them because of this. I'm saddened when one of my students become ill and have to leave the classroom. I'm saddened when there is hurt to any of them. A friend of mine wrote an article in the Challenger, Weekly Challenger, this week. And I quote this from Go Davis's article in the Challenger. COVID-19, and especially the Delta variant, are viruses of opportunity. They seek hosts irrespective of political affiliation, religious orientation, wealth, or other social, cultural variables that divide us. However, public policy influences infection rates to the extent individuals in the lower socioeconomic strata tend to have underlying conditions conducive to higher rates of infections. This was brought up earlier this afternoon also. The Pinellas School District continues to enact public policy that adversely impacts scholars of all ethnicities with deleterious consequences. Gentlemen and ladies, I stand here before you this afternoon like I did a month ago, and I stand here today asking you, begging you, to please do your duties. 3 members of the board this evening, or in the past, and 1 member this evening, try to get the rest of you to go along and support her in her aim to have a discussion. Now I see 4 of you not wearing masks. So you're safe enough. In my classroom, not all my students are safe.
Okay, I found this on the web for most respective of political affiliation, religious or
I'm sorry. Alexa is talking to me. Okay, my apologies. So, Caprice Edmonds.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you again.
Yeah, she took up some of your time. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Patricia Moser.
Thank you.
And I am a mother of 2 that go to Pinellas County schools. I'm also a nurse, so my background is nursing, and I'm very passionate still about, obviously, public health. And this is a public health emergency. This isn't just a choice. And this is other people putting their rights above the rights of everybody else. It's not, at any point, I just still don't understand. And I don't understand where you all came from in a position last year to be protective of our kids to this year, to like just winging it and letting it go. There is no contact tracing. There is no social distancing. And whatever is reflective on the county counts and the school as far as transmission, there is none, because we hear from parents all the time, hey, by the way, your kid plays basketball with my son who got COVID, who was on a bus to Jamerson, and all those kids got exposed. None of those parents were notified for 10 days, and it never even hit. It never even reflected on the school numbers. So whatever numbers that we're seeing, 3,000 supposedly between last meeting and this, I think probably double it. And then the impact of what that has, not just on the kids that are there and the kids that have to quarantine, it's the trickle effect of what happens to the rest of the family. So you're putting the rest of the family at risk. They're going to have to take off to quarantine. They might lose their jobs. They might lose their housing. It's just such a selfish position from where you all come from, and you have the power. We elected you. You are our civil servants. You are there to serve us, to serve your constituents. And I'm here advocating for my children who can't speak. And if they would speak, you know what my daughter says? She wants to fire Grego. That was what she said. I want to write him a letter, Mama. I want to tell him he's fired because he's not protecting us. Why is it that adults can't put a mask on? She went to kindergarten and she put a mask on. She goes to play dates and she has to wear a mask. She has no problem with it. I'm also a nurse. I've worn a mask in the OR for 9 hours in a row. It does nothing to me to protect my patients and protect the other people that I work with. So all of this talk, look at the numbers, look at the CDC guidelines, listen to the experts. I don't understand why this is falling on deaf ears. I just feel that you are negligent in your positions. And this negligence is going to continue to go down because you're affecting an entire community. It's a public health issue. It's not a school issue. It's not just a mask issue. It's a public health. And whatever you decide affects the entire community. And you live in our community. And I can say that I commend Caprice. I am so sorry that she is being bullied by other people, potentially here in the school board, and being bullied by community members. That's garbage, and I feel so bad for her. But you know what? I'm gonna come for you all, and I'm gonna come for your seats. And I'm gonna rally my friends, and I'm gonna rally as much as we can to remove the.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rod Quillitz.
Thank you.
I am from St. Petersburg. I'm an infectious disease specialist clinical pharmacist, and I'm the father of three sons who are in the Pinellas County school system, one of whom is too young to be vaccinated. That's right. So I mean, throughout this crisis, I've worked with our physicians, our nurses, our team to help treat patients who are in the hospital with severe COVID-19, to try to stay on top of all this, constantly changing data as we're learning more, and we're trying to judge the quality of the information that we have, in order to do the best for the people who are already at a life-threatening stage. And what I'm asking is for everyone in the community, including the school board, to respect that the decisions that are made affect everyone. And thankfully, our children are not as vulnerable to COVID-19 as older people or people who are more immunocompromised in general, but children are dying. And they certainly have the ability to transfer the disease to other more vulnerable people who we may wind up caring for, and often unsuccessfully. So, we talked about early at the beginning of this meeting about Freedom Week and about the sacrifices that our founders made. We're asking for a negligible sacrifice in terms of wearing a piece of cloth. Our kids are much more resilient than we give them credit for when we think that they can't rise up in a challenge in order to help protect themselves, their friends, their families, So let's just use some common sense. Let's listen to the experts, right? We have advice from the CDC, and yes, what we have are people who've dedicated their lives to trying to help us in situations like this. They're not all knowing. We're all learning because this is a novel virus. So, recommendations do shift over time, but we have to go with the best scientific data that we have, and when we lack the best data, we go with the best consensus until we get more data, and then we revise. And right now, masks are part of the mitigation strategy that we need to be utilizing in our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be E. Brenda Lewis, Amy Boyle, Denise Delbrun, Kelly Pomatico, and Marjorie Deskovich.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am a retired Pinellas County School employee. I worked for the district for 26 years, 22 of which I worked in transportation. I have always been a cheerleader for the bus drivers, and I will continue to be. This year, there are 400 current routes. We now have 90 open routes. On any given day, dispatch has been covering 120 to 130 routes daily. It's the district's job, transportation's job, to make sure that we transport children effectively, in a timely and safe manner. I don't know quite how that's unfolding at this point, with a 30% shortage. Dr. Grego, you said that you receive a call every night from dispatch. I would urge you to ask how many open routes were there today? How many routes were uncovered? How many call-offs were there? And get sound information, because it's sorely needed. We hire new hires at $15.19 an hour. A 5-year driver makes $15.20 an hour. How does that work? A 26-year driver makes $18.84. I would challenge any one of you to raise a family, to buy groceries, when, as the general rule in Pinellas County, rent is $1,500 a month. Do you wonder why you don't have drivers? Today I know a lot of information came out. I also know that in a few minutes this entire room is going to be filled with bus drivers. I think it's ironic that that information was delivered today. Equalized pay. The 26-year driver, after the pay is equalized, gets $16.98. 26 years. Safety, how many students are on a bus now? They're coming back to school. Social distance.
Thank you. And before you leave, could you give us your name, please?
Absolutely.
No, just right now. Tell us what your name is so
I'm
she
sorry,
can.
Brenda Lewis.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Kapersky.
Yeah, that's okay. Good. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Jean
Thank
Pomatico.
you.
And first of all, I want to thank you all very much for your service. I am the parent of a second grader who should be attending an art program at Perkins Elementary School. I'm a homeowner, I'm a taxpayer, and I was grown and raised in Pinellas County. I went to Northeast High School, class of '94. Mr. Dudley was my driver's ed teacher. We won't talk about my driving record, though. We do elect all of you to do what's best for our schools and for our children, and we just ask that you please do that. Please put in place a mask mandate for the 2021-22 school year. I do want to speak a little bit about my experience as well. My son went to school all last year, wore a mask every day. No one in our families had COVID, and my son does have a primary immune deficiency, and he was very excited about going to school this year, and he went to the first 2 days of school, and he came home, and he was in tears that night because he said 13 out of 17 students were not wearing masks and that he did not feel safe at school. He now has anxiety, he has a therapist, he's seen a psychiatrist, he goes to school at home. I cannot work. A lot of parents that are not able to show up are because they're homeschooling their children and they're trying to work a full-time job on top of that, and they're not able to come here and speak. And to Trish Moser's point, there are a lot of, we have a lot of numbers, 3,000 children with COVID, and there's no record, no contact tracing, no one's telling anyone. So that number has to be double, triple, quadruple. It has to be, because they're so, especially for our asymptomatic kiddos. Things are worse now than they were when this whole thing started, when we were in lockdown, when we were wearing masks. All children are now seeing 100 new pediatric COVID cases in the ER a week. That's what I discovered when my son told me he was too scared to go to school. I needed to find out if his fears were founded or unfounded, and because I didn't want to encourage his anxiety. But the truth of the matter is that there are a lot more pediatric cases, and that I didn't feel safe sending him there either. And I think, you know, do no harm is the most important thing, and I think that it would be really, I think it would be the right thing to do to please have our kids wear masks, because it's not going to hurt the children who don't wear them, but it is hurting the children who are not wearing them. I think that made sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Denise Delbrun. I'm a parent of 2 fifth graders who are not old enough to be vaccinated. I should have been home today for homework, for dinner, for bedtime, but instead I'm here. 4 of you have chosen to ignore what is happening in our schools. So I'm here to tell you what's happening in our schools. 5 weeks in, no social distancing, no outdoor lunches, no outdoor instruction, no separation, sick children, parents not being contacted. So again, 5 weeks in, you can choose to ignore this, but parents are talking to you. This is what's happening. I have emailed, I have called multiple members. I have had, thank you, Caprice, Member Edmonds, for addressing some of our concerns. But again, I have contacted many of you. This is what's happening 5 weeks in. 5 weeks ago, you chose to ignore this. What will you do today when parents are telling you we are not being contacted? We have had children, positive cases in our classroom. Not one parent. As parents, we are buying air filters, okay? We are contacting each other. We are creating spreadsheets to try to mitigate and manage this. But nobody on this board, not nobody, 4 of you are choosing to ignore this and ignore us. We voted you in. Yes, my 10-year-olds cannot vote, but I will vote, and I vote at every single election. It is your job to protect them. Your job. They are minors. If you're not concerned about litigation, be concerned. Have some kind of moral judgment to say, is it okay to infect any child? It doesn't. How many children? Any child that is affected by this is too many. We are waiting on you to act. So now I go home to my 10-year-olds to tell them, hey, bud, no meeting. You were right. Nothing is going to change. Not tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Hello.
evening.
My name is Marjorie Deskovich.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak. The person before me, she's got such passion, and I certainly admire that. I think I have the same. And she said a couple of things. Number one, she votes. I vote too. And I do not vote for masks, and here's why. I have 2 kids. They're twins. They're gorgeous. And one of them has an autoimmune disorder from strep. So he doesn't get strep, but anytime he's exposed to it, it causes all kinds of problems. You can only imagine the problems that come up when he's exposed to it and can't get it. It's on his face all day long. With the mask on, I can't get the kid off antibiotics. My other son has seasonal allergies, which caused major problems for him last year because every time he's got something going on, he ended up with sores in his nose to the point where I had to pull him from school for 2 weeks just to allow that to heal. So although I understand the passion and the concern everyone has for everyone's kids, I don't think there's a person in this room that is not concerned for the kids, and I know all of you are too. I think you also have to think of all the kids. It's not just 1 or 2, and it's not a public health for everyone. This is not a one-size-fits-all. I applaud the decision that you've made to allow parents and, in some cases, the students to make those decisions. And I think if people are concerned, they definitely should wear that mask. I am one who definitely does not want my kids to wear the mask. It's more harmful than anything. I don't need any more time. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amy Boyle.
Thank you.
I have 2 amazing grandchildren in Pinellas County Schools with whom I spent the last year and a half, facilitating virtual school and then my PCS, which was a wonderful option for the time, in order to keep them safe and healthy. For Pinellas County Schools to just throw open the doors in August of 2021, when numbers were at a record pace with the cases going up, it was incredible to me. I'm also a substitute teacher I'm on a waiver right now because of my concern for my health and for my family's health. And I get calls every single day. I feel like we're sending kids it's like Russian roulette with a virus, what we're sending them into today. And it's not doing anybody any justice in terms of being able to learn. Teachers and students are both suffering, And it's not getting back to normal. It's not even a new version of it. It's disruptive to learning and a major hindrance to both teaching and learning. I'm not telling y'all anything you don't already know about any of this. What I truly don't understand is why you won't do the absolute minimum to protect all these innocent people who rely on each one of you to protect them every single day. Please mandate masks in school with medical opt-out. I heard what the lady before me said. I understand if there are legitimate issues, then I'm sure she could get a medical opt-out. And do something about the contact tracing, because I've heard time and time again about people finding out the day that their child can come back to school that they were supposed to be quarantining prior to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers will be Marty Gonzalez, Lisa Perry, Eric Atwater, Lowell Heineke, and Julia Heineke.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marti Gonzalez, and I grew up in St. Petersburg. Coach Dudley was also my driver's ed. I think he probably taught half of St. Petersburg to drive by now. I am here today, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today to speak out against the mask mandate. And I also want to thank you for supporting the Florida Parents' Bill of Rights and our ability to empower us to choose what is best for our children. I have a 9-year-old son, special needs, he's dyslexic, and the mask mandate, having him wear a mask last year was awful. Trying to have him learn just in a normal setting is bad enough, but then to put a mask on that, the anxiety that we are on the route to getting a medical exemption. However, the anxiety, I advocate for my children, my child as well, and I respect these parents that come in here and talk about their children. But my child wakes up in the middle of the night because he's afraid of the masks. A lot of parents say these kids are resilient. Kids are resilient. But my personal experience is that I don't want my son waking up in the middle of the night afraid. I am teaching faith over fear. I'm teaching freedom over fear. We have the responsibility to take care of our own health, and that is all we're asking, is the choice to do what we want to do for our children, what we think is correct for ourselves and our families. So thank you very much for your time, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, thank y'all for allowing me to speak. Eric Atwater.
Thank you.
From Southside St. Pete. I got a son that's in Pinellas County School, and you know, my thoughts on all the kids, and you know, like, you know, we got to put politics aside and use, you know what I'm saying, what's real. And coming up on the South Side, my dad taught me not to be selfish. You know what I'm saying? I was taught to feed people and help people, and, you know, and to work. And I used to ask them why I'm working for them. You know what I'm saying? He said, because they unfortunate to have, and you have. So I sit back and think when I speak, I try to, you know what I'm saying, tell folks not to really just think about yourself. I ain't just gonna say that I want my son to be safe. I want all kids to be safe. You know what I'm saying? And when people come to my restaurant and be wanting me to hold a sign up and vote for them, you know, my brother Mike used to really get involved in that. And I kind of said, bro, it's too much phony and too much fake, and it's not really real. So I stayed out of it. But, you know, these last couple of years, you know what I'm saying, I'm able to vote and get involved, and it's still a lot of phony and a lot of fake, you know what I'm saying? And I just want people to really think about themselves, you know what I'm saying, and say, you you gonna be selfish or you gonna look at, you know what I'm saying, for the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? You know, I watched the movies, and I watched them in Pinellas County School of Martin Luther King, and all the movies, you know, black people fighting for this and fighting for that. But to come here today to see Asian, rich people, poor people, all trying to say, you know what I'm saying, on the same accord, you know what I'm saying, make me feel like, you know, Martin did something. You know what I'm saying? He brought people together, you know what I'm saying, to, you know what I'm saying, fight for what's right. You know, I didn't really believe in the mask thing and didn't believe in that, but when people in my family started dying and folks started getting sick and kids dying, and yeah, it's just a sad situation, you know. And I know for a fact, Capri is from the South, and she ain't worried about nobody bullying her. And I salute her for standing up, you know what I'm saying, because there's a whole group of y'all, and for her to stand up for something that's right, you know what I'm saying, it's time to just do right. And I'm asking y'all to go home and pray about it, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, make the right decision, you know what I'm saying, for the kids, not for yourself and not for no check. I'd feed people every day for free, you know what I'm saying, kids, poor people, and a lot of rich folks too. I feed them for free because that's what my daddy taught me. So y'all do the right thing.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lowell Bruce Heinke. I go by Bruce. I'm a radiologist in Baycare and MD, and we've been seeing just rampant, raging cases of COVID. As a radiologist, I see this, you know, a lot of cases where there have hit somewhat of a peak, but actually, I'm not sure that it'll plateau. Right now, about 25% of population are under 19, but about 30% of new cases are in that age group. So that rate is going up. And so it is definitely a threat. It's a threat to the school staff. About 25% of school staff have medical pre-existing conditions. And as far as like Children's Hospital, their ICU is at peak volume. And Dr. Perno at Children's Hospital, you know, urges mask mandates. Especially since you know, the vaccine is not available yet, and so you know, we have to mitigate the risk of even asymptomatic carriers. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID. So you know, when people lose their sense of smell and taste, those are basically nerve endings coming from the brain. So you know, there's people reported brain fog. People's lungs will probably never return to normal after getting this. So, and it's just running, you know, Florida is so bad as far as, you know, its rates. And there has been a study of, they can get the rate down to about 1% of transmission if masks are used. That was a study of 114 school districts that had mask policies. They were able to get it down. That alters the need for masks. It actually allows people to quarantine in school. Like if they're, you know, if you get the transmission rate low and do contact tracing, people quarantined can actually, if they're asymptomatic, stay in school with masks. So until the...
Thank you.
The next group of speakers is Ginger Brengel, Mary Gressel, Christian Strecker, Annette Wiley, and Eva Kiss.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ginger Bringle. I'm a
Thank you.
library media technology specialist here at Pinellas County Schools. And after hearing the slew of misinformation being spewed forth tonight, I actually changed my topic at the last minute because I believe that now more than ever, we need to bring back our strong library programs. School librarians teach research skills, digital citizenship, critical thinking, and the ability to evaluate online information and differentiate fact from fiction. In addition, all school library impact studies prove that strong library programs produce students with better scores in reading, stronger information literacy skills, and higher graduation rates. Unfortunately, in recent years, partly due to the pandemic, our district has chosen to relegate librarians into the role of technology technicians, something, by the way, that I did not get my master's in library science to do. This job sucks up more than half of our days now. We are also being forced to cover classes. They are being placed in our libraries, and so we are being exposed to hundreds of students a day who are not in our herd, so to speak. We are also required to act as test proctors all year long, something else that takes away from our job as librarians. In fact, our recent change was made to our job description. They threw the TS in there without asking us for our input. So we are now library technology information, or library media technology specialist. I can't even say it, it's so many words. But you know what? I'm a librarian, and I will always be a librarian. I'm asking that you place a full-time technology technician in every single school. At the high school level, we need an assistant to that technology technician, and allow the librarians to step up and teach our students and to do what we do best, and that is to instill a love of reading and to teach them those skills of information literacy. Let us do this so we can have future generations of educated citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Gressley, and I teach special education at Richard O. Jacobson Technical High School. Tonight I want to talk to you about my concern about masks. And my concern is simply this. We need to do something as a district to help get the spread of COVID under control. Masks are essential in helping to reduce the spread of COVID. Myself, along with my colleagues here tonight, believe that they do, in fact, help decrease the spread of COVID. Not just that, but they also decrease other illnesses as well, such as the common cold and flu that we have in our district every single year. I know that I didn't miss any school last year because I didn't get a cold or the flu because I wore a mask, and because of the cleaning safety protocols we had in place. There's no virtual option this year. There's no alternative plan if students become sick. What if the teachers become sick? What if the teacher is admitted to the hospital because they had an underlying condition that was exacerbated by COVID, or being exposed to a student that doesn't wear masks who carry those illnesses to school? Maybe that student didn't know that they were a carrier. Maybe they knew that they were sick but came to school anyways because they felt it was important to be there. Maybe they just didn't care. But whatever the reason, masks are an important part of keeping our teachers, support professionals, bus drivers, and substitutes safe and able to continue our work to help educate our students. We as a district are a leader in Florida. Other districts look at us as to what we're doing in situations. But now I feel like we're just sitting on our hands and shrugging our shoulders and saying, we don't want to rock the boat. Teachers are dying, they're leaving for other careers, or retiring because they don't want to sub. You state you care about our health and well-being. Please, I implore you, have a discussion regarding the use of masks in school. We trust you to protect us and keep us safe. to provide us with safe and secure working conditions that help this district run smoothly. And appearance and perception is everything. Please, again, have a discussion, open a dialogue with each other. What's the big deal about talking about it? Make a decision regarding this. You're not going to make everyone happy. We know that, but that's the beauty of being a human being. You don't have to like or disagree anything that anyone else wants or has. But when it comes to a public health crisis, we should all be willing to step up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, again, Kristen Strecker.
Thank you.
As I'm sure you all know, a few people have mentioned this, but what the R not situation is. And I just wanted to kind of give a perspective because a few people have mentioned that. And it kind of goes hand in hand with a few of the parents saying they got the phone call after the quarantine period was over, which says your kid didn't get sick. It doesn't, just being exposed doesn't guarantee your kid is going to get sick. So I do think we should look at the bigger picture, but that's a different topic. Just for comparison, measles R naught is 12 to 18, meaning one person can infect 12 to 18 people. Pertussis is 12 to 17. Rubella is 6 to 7. Chickenpox is 10 to 12. As I'm sure you are aware, the current level of COVID R naught in Florida is less than 1. Yes, you heard that right. It's currently less than 1. So that means, like I said, and these parents kind of reiterated what my point is just because one kid in the class is symptomatic doesn't mean everybody in the class is going to get sick. I think kids should stay home if they're sick, absolutely, but quarantining healthy kids and, just creating mayhem is not the answer. Okay, anyway, I went off my little tangent here. Okay, so the last 5 weeks, our cases have actually been dropping in Florida, if you actually look at the numbers instead of listening to the media. And the cases have been dropping after the last 5 weeks, even with all the testing that's going on for kids to go back to school and people to go back to work, it's still dropping. And we should be celebrating that we're finally heading in the right direction, but of course now we're back here, going through this whole thing over again, over and over and over. Anyway, let's see. Like I said before, I want to talk about, I do think we should have discussions about mitigation efforts, but the ones that actually make sense. Like I said, not quarantining healthy people, not the contact tracing we know is useless because these kids get together outside of school, they get together on the playground, they're mixing and mingling all day long. So I think contact tracing is very hard with kids. I also think masking is very hard with kids. When you send a kid in a mask, they're not wearing it properly. We all know that. And I think for parents to be putting this pressure on their children and their own fear is very sad to me. I think that's sad. I think we need to look at the actual media. Instead of the media, look at the actual data and try to just take this, bigger picture approach. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Annette Wiley. I'm back again. It's the second time I've come back. And as I said the last time, I did resign. Not because of my health, but because I cannot be a part of the lies. And we've heard from teachers. And I'm going to let you hear from a teacher later. But right now, I want to take a moment of silence to remember the educators and staff workers in schools. 68 adults have died, including a teacher from here. One teacher from here, but there's been more because I've been to other funerals. But right now, I'd like us to take a moment of silence and remember Josh Sanders from Pinellas County Schools. There have been 14 children who have died in Florida. I look around, and I came here tonight thinking I would see leadership, and the only person I saw leadership from was Caprice Edmond. And it makes me sad because you represent children. And that's who I'm here for, the children. I come with an experience of 35 years working with special needs kids. Last time, I heard you listen to people make up excuses and reasons on masks. And then I heard doctors and nurses from All Children's come and beg you to mandate masks. And instead of listening to the experts, the one that went to school, the ones that are incubating these kids, you ignored them. And you hide behind a governor who is a bully. We have bullying programs in Pinellas County schools. I spent the first half of my teaching career at Hamilton-Diston. I started teaching with Bill Corbett. I'm astonished and, quite frankly, discouraged for kids. I come tonight to advocate for the safety of all staff and students within the building, but especially my students with Down syndrome. These children have heart and lung issues. I have a child that was in my school that's 5 years old. He ended up in the hospital. He was diagnosed with COVID and leukemia. He has siblings in school. His siblings now are putting him at risk because we don't mandate masks. What about the ASD child who has a legitimate concern about a mask because of sensory? What about the child that's fighting cancer? All of these children require us as the adults to lead. I don't wear this mask anymore to protect myself. I'm vaccinated. I wear it to show respect for those who can't be vaccinated or choose not to be vaccinated. I look around this board and you lead by example.
Thank you.
You're not setting a good example.
Our next group of speakers will be Patrick Mugen, Sharon Mitchum, Teresa Frost, Catherine Stevens, and Renee Chia.
Hello, I'm Patrick Mugen. I
Welcome.
teach at Pinellas Park Middle School. I'm one of your employees. I'd first like to say that the response tonight to just the suggestion of having a discussion about possible mitigation and safety strategies, the fact that that was not passed is a joke. There is no social distancing happening on campuses. You know this. There is no mask mandate. You know this. There is no contact tracing that is anything real, and you know this. But I walk out there, and I can use the water fountain. In my school, the water fountains are turned off. Why? To stop the spread? How is that stopping the spread? We have no water fountains on, just one water bottle filler for 1,300 people on campus daily. So first of all, can we get some water? Now, after we get some water, I'd like some of your time. So I'm going to bring the workers' perspective again, as I often do when I speak to you, and remind you that your teachers work based on a contract that you agreed to. A contract is an agreement, right? Okay. My contracted hours are 8:50 a.m. to 4:20 p.m. During the school week, I have, outside of my classroom time, 460 minutes to myself to do my job. Now, if you think to yourself, oh, that's a lot of time. It's about 7.5 hours, Mr. Mugen. You're absolutely right. And if the only thing I had to do in that 7.5 hours was grade and plan, I wouldn't be as upset as I am right now. But ask any teacher. We lose at least one planning period a week. Now I'm talking middle school now. We can't speak for high school, elementary. We lose at least one planning period a week to either forced PLC or some other compulsory meeting. At least 30 minutes a week, minimum, to IEP meetings and 504 meetings. Not that they're not important, but it's just facts. That's time we're losing. Now, if I'm only grading for each student 1 minute per week per student, that's 144 minutes. Make a couple parent phone calls, there's 20 minutes. Heaven forbid I use the restroom, there's another 20 minutes. Updating the standards on my board, I teach 2 classes, so I gotta do that twice, so that's 50 minutes a week. Putting my stuff on Canvas, which isn't required, however, administrators throughout your district are telling teachers that it is. We're talking 10 minutes a day, 60 minutes. ISS work and absentee work, at least minimum 5 minutes a day, but definitely more, so 25 minutes. So I'm left with 47 minutes. But I'm not done, because I still need a plan for my 2 classes. I still need to make copies and prepare materials. I still need to complete IEP planning notes. I still need to complete data requests. I still need to respond to emails. I still need to clean up and organize my classroom. I still need to share work with my colleagues. I still need to...
Thank you.
We don't have time.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Frost.
Thank you.
And I have failed as a community leader because this is the first time I've ever come to a Pinellas County School Board meeting. And I am here because I am so concerned as a community leader and a religious leader. I am the director of youth and children at a local church here in Pinellas County. You see, most of my youth, they are vaccinated, but we still require masks for every event that we have because there are members in our community, in our church, and in our families that are either too young or immunocompromised and cannot get the vaccine. The Delta variant has been running rampant in our state, and I could sit here and tell you the data and the numbers, but there's this thing called the CDC and the WHO, and your own website has all of that for you. But I do want to say is that I'm doing all that I can to keep my youth safe. I'm doing all that I can to keep my kids, who I love dearly, safe. They get masked every meeting that we have. However, you, our school board members, are refusing to do the same thing, and that is hindering my ministry. My youth understand that wearing our masks are keeping us safe. Why can't you even have a conversation? There is already many places in Florida that have lessened, that have put in mask mandates. The fact that you won't even have a conversation about contact tracing, I didn't even know about the vent thing. Parents should not be buying filters. Maybe you should be providing that for your school. And I'm gonna echo that guy, provide water to our kids. And contact tracing. I think that all of this is important and should be part of the conversation. And the fact that when Caprice Edmond asked for that, there was silence. That is not okay. Caprice, I want to thank you so much for not backing down, for doing what is right and using your voice. Laura Hine and someone else, I think, people have said y'all have done stuff in the past. Again, I have failed and not come to meetings in the past. Thank you. But for the rest of you, I just ask you to step up and have a conversation. That's what I'm asking for right now. Maybe the next time I'll be here telling you that we should definitely be mandating masks, but we should definitely have a conversation to track our kids, to make sure that we are doing all that we can to keep safe. I just learned that one of our own Pinellas County educators died because of COVID. And also, I heard the tea, none of y'all went to his funeral. That's not okay. People are dying. That's not okay. Thank you.
I think we need to clear something up. I keep hearing that we're not willing to have a conversation, we're not willing to have a conversation, and I'm not picking on you. The request was to have a special meeting to discuss it. We are going to be discussing it at our workshop next Tuesday. And so we will be discussing it. We have been discussing it. And so it's not as though we've said, oh, well, So we will be discussing it some more and clarifying things that have been said that some of us may have questions about, and also clearing up some of the things that may or may not, the impressions may or may not be true as to what's happening. So we are going to have a conversation. Yeah, another one, as she said, yes. So come on up. Welcome.
There was other people in front of me. I was supposed to be the fifth one, so.
Some of them may have gone home. And so if they come in, we'll take them in whatever the order. That's part of the reason why we're asking people to give names.
Okay, thank you. Renee Chia again from Dunedin. Hello.
Hello.
I believe you've had the conversation. We've all been having this conversation over and over and over here. So since we're doing it again, I'd encourage everyone to go to the Pinellas County, Florida COVID data website. And I shared this last time we were here. Anyone can pull it up on their phone. Last time we were here, the infection rates were rising. You could see the curve, and it was sort of, they were still going up right now. We're now coming down at a stark V rate, you know, like all of these spikes do. It's coming down. And once again, if you go from new cases instead of talking about the case data and you go to deaths, once again, you can see it's been flatlined. There's been 0 deaths in Pinellas County since June 2nd. 0. So this is Pinellas County data. So anyway, I don't interrupt you. So anyway, think you're doing the right thing. Thank you very much. And the reason I really came here tonight was to talk about CRT once again, and I know I talked about it according to the contract problem that I saw on that one agenda item, but as you know from the last time I was here, I was aware of some materials that were in the classroom, and I have gone through your process. I've submitted the materials for review, and this process is going pretty slow. I'm hoping to get something back, hopefully pretty soon, but it's been since the last meeting, and I still haven't received a response back. That's a pretty slow response rate as this teacher continues to teach that curriculum in their classroom, and that's a concern to me. I would still like to encourage you to have a task force to look through all of the county curriculum, and again, I would be happy to be a parent on that task force. You know, my degree is in cultural anthropology, and I have a certificate in applied cultural anthropology from Chico State. I've written ethnographies. I understand cultural anthropology, and CRT is not cultural diversity training. It's very different. It is Marxist rabble. It has a very different tone. It has a very different agenda. And it is not objective science like anthropology should be, and that's very offensive to me. And the first time I came here, when I did list out you know, a number of things that I would identify as Marxist rabble, and I said a few things. It was not hyperbole. Those are literally things that were said to my child in a classroom in California. All white males, raise your hand. The Second Amendment was written so that white men could have guns. All of those different things were said to my child. That's not cultural anthropology. That's not history. That's not the Constitution.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Barbara Dumichel, Sarah Miles, Elicio Santana, Brad DeCourt, and Christina Goudard.
Hi, I'm Barbara Dumichel.
Welcome.
I spoke before, and there are two trains of thought. One is the media, the government. It's just not true. A mask cannot keep out a microorganism, whether it's cloth or paper. A microorganism goes right through a mask, sails right through it. Not only that, when you're wearing a mask, it's open on the sides. Microorganisms go right through. And it's exacerbating sickness and disease because a child is touching their face, they're touching everything, they're touching their mask, they're adjusting their mask, not just a child, anybody. And you're actually making it worse for yourself. The top doctors in the world and scientists in the world are being censored, and there is right now, the curtain is gonna roll up, and there's gonna be a lot of shock and awe, because the science that you're quoting is fake, it's false, it's not from the top scientists in the world. By the way, 18 countries have put a pause on the vaccine because of the real data that it is causing disease and sickness and actually causing COVID. So 60% of the people that are going in the hospital are admitted because they were double vaxxed. They're getting COVID from the vaccine. That is the real science. You know, they wear masks in surgery in the OR. My daughter's a nurse in the OR, and also on COVID wing, she's got a religious exemption for all of this mandated stuff. But they wear it there because they don't want the nose droplets and the saliva getting into the wound. It's not to prevent the spread of any bacteria or virus. Virus goes right through a mask. You can shake your heads, but go and look up the frontline doctors, 2,000 doctors in the United States of America who have been censored. And you can't find them, by the way, on the internet now. It's very sad, but, you know, okay, let me see, what else about the mask? I mean, the mask is just ridiculous, and it's causing sickness, it's causing disease, it's causing psychological, you know, you can't just listen to one of your chosen picked experts from the educational system who are just listening to all the media and all the fake news and all the fake science. It's really maddening. Is that my buzzer? That's a shame. Is that really my buzzer?
No.
I have to stop? Oh,
No.
okay. That
You
was
have
somebody's
10
phone.
seconds.
I don't know. 10 seconds. Oh, boy. Critical race theory. That is the most horrendous thing that has ever come down the pike in the United States of America. Oh, by the way.
Now your time's up. Thank you. Now your time's up. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Miles. I stand before you today as a parent, but also on behalf of students, families, staff, and teachers that deserve our support. The current guidelines and protocols in place tell us mostly what to do when, not if, our children are exposed, and very little clarity on what is happening within the school environment to mitigate the risk of exposure. Somewhere in between there lies a vast black hole of communication. The Parents' Bill of Rights, Section 1014.02, says that information regarding our children's health should not be withheld. My children have both been exposed on multiple occasions in their school, and I have not been notified. No notification of exposure violates our Parents' Bill of Rights under that section. And a lot of time has been spent discussing the next section of the Bill of Rights, and I'll assume that you've read that and are familiar with 1014.03. It further states that the state must not infringe on a parent's rights without demonstrating that such action is reasonable and necessary to achieve a compelling state interest. Is it unreasonable to request that preventative measures be taken? Is doing so necessary to achieve a compelling state interest? I think yes. Further, in Section 1014.2, it states that this section does not apply to parental action or decision that would end life. But did you die? Is that really the only question that we have to answer? It can't be the only one. No, not all unreasonable or unlawful actions result in death. In fact, for many issues with regards to legality, the end of life is not the only qualifier. I point you to drinking alcohol and driving under the influence, as well as owning a gun, and that impacting the life or health care of someone else. Both of those are legal to do safely, but when you harm someone else, that is where the line has been crossed. As we shift back to our schools, Florida Statute 1002.20 states that we have a right to expect a safe system of education. Given the current lack of effective safety protocols, we are being robbed of that right. Those who are immunocompromised are further being robbed of rights afforded to them under the Americans with Disabilities Act. They cannot rely on their immune systems. Mask mandates with a medical opt-out would allow for those that would have health issues preventing them to wear them to medically opt out. We need to find a way to move forward and stop arguing on polarizing ends of the spectrum. Our kids deserve better. If we will not follow the guidance from the medical community, then what other measures are we going to do? I have many ideas and will be happy to serve on an exploratory committee. Social distancing, virtual learning within the schools, spacing out lunches, spreading out class changes, additional time and instruction for children to wash hands, incentive for staff to wear masks rather than a mandate. The overwhelming majority of the medical community are crying out with the same message, and I'd ask that you listen. We call on all leaders in public-private sectors of the American people to help us. Together, we can keep our children safe. They need our support, and that is from leaders of our nation's children.
Thank you. Good evening.
Buenas. My name is Eliseo Santana, and I've been a resident of Pinellas County for over 40 years. And all four of my grown children have gone through Pinellas County public school systems, and I have currently 9 grandchildren that are enrolled in our school system here in Pinellas County. And, you know, 5 of them have had their shots, their beginning shots. They just been able to do it. And every adult in my household, which is a 4-generational household, my mother-in-law, up until this weekend, was living with us. And so my children and my grandchildren, some of them live with me. So it's a 4-generational household. And so all of the grandchildren that are over 12 have received their shots, and they're in the process. The ones that we're concerned with is the ones that are under 12. And let me tell you that last year when the schools were closed, I found that to be a tragedy. I found that to be a loss for our children's educational process. So I'm here before you telling you that I want our children to stay in school because that is the best learning process they have, but I also want them to be safe. And not only they to be safe, but also it happens that when they look at the older people, they're thinking like maybe the parents, when the children come from school and they interact with the parents. But in my household, it's not just the parents that are exposed to the children that are in our school system that do not have a mask, but it is my wife and I, we're the grandparents, we're the old people. It is my mother-in-law that is being exposed. Now, we all had our shots. We've all had gone through that process. We've done everything in our power to do it, and we want our children to go to school because I think that's the best. I hold every single one of you because you're elected officials. You are here. You're in this county. You're the ones that protect my people that live in this county. It is your job to do that, not the governor, but yours. And I want you to make the right decisions and protect my children, protect my grandchildren, protect my wife, and protect my mother-in-law. It is essential. My children all wear masks when they go to school, and we have a lot of tyrants that we're here speaking, and they have been terrorizing the members that are here. They have children, or there are children like that in school, and they're terrorizing my grandchildren that are wearing masks, telling them they cannot.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brad DeCordy. My pronouns are he, his, and him. I understand the difference between a discussion and a meeting, and I was disappointed last month when I came and asked for a meeting to talk about the mask mandate, and it was voted no. I thought maybe we'd have some hope tonight that we would have a meeting, not a discussion, not a workshop, but a meeting where actually decisions can be made. I find it irresponsible that was not taken up today, especially from a district who voted tonight on their strategic goal to develop and sustain a rewarding, healthy, safe, and secure environment that promotes the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of all students, faculty, and staff, resulting in a culture of learning for the individual employee and student. You voted on that tonight. Where is the safe and secure environment that I have to deal with every day? I have students that they do not social distance, they do not wear masks, they do not tell people when they are sick. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC both recommend masks. The CDC said it was to masks inside, even if, you know, all these other features are in place. Filters, I don't know if they're the right filters. Windows, they said, oh, windows should be open. We can't open windows, we can't open doors because of the armed assailant drills and protocols. Social distancing. Students were at 6 feet, now they're at 3 feet. They're putting more students into classrooms every single day. It is not just my concern, I'm not just concerned with me, I'm like Alicio. I'm concerned with what goes home, okay? What I take home to my son, what my students take home to their grandparents. Okay, these kids are living with their grandparents and parents and sick relatives, and that's who we have to protect. We have to protect everybody, and we have to do everything we can to protect them. And if it's a mask mandate, then that's what we need to do. We have to do everything we can. We don't just have to keep having discussions about it, and discussion and discussion. There has to be a decision made, and it has to be at a meeting, not a workshop, not a discussion, but a meeting. And when Mrs. Edmonds called for a meeting and it was voted no, that was irresponsible as far as I am concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My government name is Christina Godard, but my real name is Honey, she, her, hers. I am here today to talk about the mask mandate. I have a 7-year-old and a 17-year-old, and frankly, it's absurd that they can't go to school and be safe. And I think if you guys aren't going to pass the mask mandate, you really need to think about exactly how many dead children it's going to take. Is 13 dead children in Florida enough? What about 20? What about 100? Is it going to take 1,000? You know, you sit here and talk about percentages, but this is someone's child. This is a dead child. This is a coffin that's 3 feet long. An unnecessary coffin. And that's ridiculous. Okay? Like, I don't know how to explain to you guys that you should care about other people, because, like, you should, and it should be really obvious. Like, I'm a waitress, okay? I make, like, so little money, and I go out of my way to do nice things for people all the time and to help people and to care about people and to show up to things like this because I care about my community, because I want to see my community thrive, you know? And as far as the critical race theory, I grew up in Florida. I had to go to school here. I learned about every racist, stupid slaveholder, and I never heard about the fact that they owned slaves, or they would brush it over. Like George Washington. He's not a hero. How is he a hero? Or Columbus Day, we celebrate Christopher Columbus? Seriously? Like, how can you possibly justify that? How can you justify the spin doctoring of history that has occurred in this state for the last 100 years and pretend like that doesn't need to change? The kids are aware of it. If you guys think that you're hiding this from your kids, you're insane. They're going to grow up and they're going to hate you for the lies you told them. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Tracy McConnell, Susanna Schoen-Boyden, Van Farber, Dr. Christy Faust.
Come on up. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Tracy McConnell, and I teach 3rd grade at Pinellas Central Elementary School. It's been a week since my husband and I both tested positive for COVID. Getting COVID has taught me many things. I have learned that I have so many people that care about me. I have learned that although you are vaccinated, you can still catch COVID, and that we truly wear masks to protect others, not ourselves. I'm pointing this out because my husband and I followed all the COVID rules, but we still caught COVID. I also realized that the employer that I have loved and given my all to every day did not do enough to protect me or my husband. Thankfully, we got better because we were vaccinated and we were able to get the Regeneron treatment early. That is not the case for all teachers, and it is certainly not the case for the kids that I teach every day. I'm here to ask you for 2 things. The first thing is, I want you to please put in a mandatory mask mandate. This is the only way you will be able to keep students and staff safe. Please understand, I got sick Friday night. I know 100% I was in my classroom teaching, shedding COVID virus to students who cannot get vaccinated, to kids with asthma and other serious health issues. I was wearing a mask, but many of them were not. Just think, not all teachers wear masks. If I wouldn't have been wearing a mask, Pinellas Central would have had a super spreader event. Students sit in table groups with very little virus mitigation in place to keep them safe. When we came back to school this year, We all just fell right into same old, same old. Well, I'm here to tell you that doesn't work. Students and teachers are getting sick with COVID, even if the COVID dashboard isn't up to date. The other thing Pinellas County Schools needs to do better is to make sure people are getting notified and quarantined when they have been exposed. I used to joke that I had a better chance of seeing a Bigfoot than a quarantined student who was exposed at school. I know why now. When tested positive, I was told by my school quarantines are done by the COVID team. But then the COVID team said it was done at the school. This needs to be streamlined. We are talking about the safety of staff and students. If a staff member or a parent provide documentation of a positive test, the teacher should be asked who was in close contact with the infected person. Then an immediate quarantine should happen. We must stop treating COVID like it's a dirty secret. People are not bad people because they catch COVID, just contagious. If you don't make changes now, this is never going to get any better.
Thank you. Good evening.
Evening. I'm Dr. Christy Faust. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a former science teacher at St. Petersburg High School. And I took a long time to think before drafting these talking points. Because the truth is, I'm mad. I'm just really incredibly angry. I'm angry we're still fighting the same safety battles as last year, and that I felt forced to leave my teaching career to preserve my life and my health. And I'm angry because school district administrators will stand on a pedestal promoting the wonders of STEM programs while completely disregarding scientific data when implementing policy regarding COVID-19. And I'm also angry and terribly disappointed that Dr. Carr and Mrs. Hine did not second Mrs. Edmond's motion pertaining to mask mandates during this meeting. Thank you, Mrs. Edmond, for taking a stand for the safety of students and school employees. So I wanted to walk into this room with flame on my tongue, labeling those responsible for unsafe learning and working environments as bullies and cowards, like I have in some of the emails that I've sent. I own the tone of the words that I used in those messages, but I also realize I don't want to continue to spit vitriol and fire at this board and at district administrators. Doing so only sets me nearer to the camp that literally spit on pro-science demonstrators at the last school board meeting. I also realize that some school board members that have stood in the way of a mask mandate might truly think they are doing the right thing. And as folks who are interested in doing the right thing for the people of Pinellas County, I'm hopeful you will change your stance to one that is supported by science and public health. You could choose to stand up to the true bully, the governor. His executive order is not what is best for students and school employees, legal or not. You aren't alone anymore. You could choose to join numerous school districts around the state in being heroes by making sure the students and school employees you are responsible for are as safe as possible by creating a mask mandate. Hillsborough County has said their mask mandate is working and they will be continuing it. Please show courage. Stand up for the safety of Pinellas students and school employees and their families. Mandate masks for all school employees and for all students ages 4 and up with medical exemptions allowed. Also implement timely quarantine and positive case data for all schools. There's still time to do the right thing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Van Farber.
Good evening.
I'm a 20-year resident of Clearwater. I know all of you. I think you all know me. I want to start like your chair did tonight. I want to clear the air. I want to say I'm not holding my vote over anyone's head, and I'm never coming to any of your houses unless I'm invited, in which case I'll probably bring some wine. I want you to know, going back to my days as an educator, maybe the language arts, what's the difference between major surgery and minor surgery? You know what? When it's happening to someone else, to me, it's minor surgery. When it's happening to me, that's major surgery. when parents send their kids to school, if they're comfortable, without the masks, without the social distancing, all right for them. When my kids go to school, or went to school, my Harvard son, my Wellesley daughter, when they went to school, any risk to me was a major risk. And that's how I look at it. And now I look at our schools, and I look at our school board. I mean, one of you was on my radio show. One of you I discussed social issues with at meetings. One of you at a League of Women Voters meeting. We sat across the table and had discussions on issues. I know all of you to be the best that we have in education, and I know where I speak. I'm a former teacher, guidance counselor, principal, retired as assistant superintendent for secondary education. In our school system, we have magnet schools. We have fundamental schools. We have vocational school programs. And I'm making a suggestion. We schedule our teachers. Students change classes. We allow students to pick schools and their parents that they're going to. If parents want to send their kids to school without a mask, without social distancing, well, let's have schools that have no masks and social distancing and no social distancing. What I heard tonight, it's pretty much a 50-50 divide because both sides are claiming a majority. And we have enough school buildings. For those parents like me who feel it's major surgery for my kid to go without a mask, then let's have schools where everyone has a mask, where everyone is social distanced, where the school buses are driven by drivers who are masked. Let's have that. Let's satisfy all our parents, and let's keep our kids safe however our parents think it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Shannon Brooks, Stephanie West, Skysha Brooks, Tori Davis, and Blythe Davenport.
Good evening.
I am Shannon Brooks. This is my daughter, Skysha Brooks. She's one of the speakers tonight. I'm going to go first and then pass it off to my daughter, if that's all right. So public safety, we're all hearing about public safety, and you guys have seen me before here. I personally don't believe that anybody should be wearing masks, especially children, but I think you guys did the greatest thing, leaving it to the parents, and I appreciate that. I really do. It should be up to the parents to make the decisions on their child's welfare. We want to talk about public safety. I don't understand why nobody's addressing the one thing that's important. Smoking. I see smoking all the time. People throw their ashes down on the ground and everything else, and we're not talking about third cancer from cigarettes. I mean, you just touch it. They don't have to be around it. They just touch it, and then they can pass it. So if we're going to keep on going on with this public health, what are we going to start doing? Are we going to start making people wear suits to go to school? Because COVID also gets on your clothes, and it's not like people are sending their kids home and washing their kids' clothes. Half of these people probably aren't doing it, no offense, guys. The masks are dirty, and that's a spreader. And the fact that I'm hearing that children are afraid of germs, that's terrifying. That they're having nervous breakdown over germs. Germs are a part of life. And everybody keeps ignoring the most important science, natural science. Viruses are here. They're here to stay. They've been here before us. They're going to be here after us. They will be what takes us out. And yeah, we can use vaccines and whatnot, but it has to be personal choice, because if you don't have personal choice, what do you have? Survival of the fittest sucks, but unfortunately, it's the reality of our world. And we need to respect other people to make those choices for themselves. That's just the end of the story. Again, I thank everybody for being here, and everybody over here, thank you for coming. Whether you disagree with me or not, thank you for coming. I love seeing people come. I would like to see more children, though. I would really like to see the voices of children rise up. I do. It's sad to see that there's 5 kids here, but we have so many adults. And we don't have any idea if these adults are actually even in the county. That actually worries me. Do we have an agenda coming outside and voicing for our children's education? Do they have a right to do that? These are just ethical questions I have. And I'll leave it all up to you to make those decisions. I have my position on this. Again, I'm going to give my time to my daughter here, Skysha Brooks. She is a little nervous, so please just bear with her.
It's only 7 seconds. She signed up?
She
Okay.
signed up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
There you go.
Whenever I wear a mask, I can't breathe in it, and it hurts my ears very badly, and I don't like it. Last year was really Last year was really hard with the mask because whenever I couldn't breathe, I had to take the mask off, and it was like every second. So fortunately, the one day when I didn't want to wear a mask and the teacher yelled at me to wear the mask, I cried, and me and my mom went home, and I just went online because I couldn't handle the mask. It doesn't help me breathing. I just don't like wearing the mask. It doesn't help me get breathing.
I'll just say thank you and have a nice night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie West. I am a community member and a mother here in Pinellas County. And I want to encourage the school board to continue to reject mask mandates. I have some data from the American Academy of Pediatrics. This is from today. It is updated with the Delta variant. Children who get COVID-19 have a 1.9% chance of hospitalization and a 0.03% chance of death. This means that they have an extremely low chance of being seriously affected by COVID. They actually have a higher percent chance of death from the flu or RSV. In fact, an unvaccinated child has less of a chance of death from COVID than a fully vaccinated adult. But was anyone trying to make mask mandates before COVID? No, because this is not about protecting children. Children are safe. Our kids are safe. This is also not about protecting adults. Every adult has had the opportunity by now to get vaccinated. Should they have gotten vaccinated, if that was their choice, even if they catch COVID, they have about a 1% chance of ending up hospitalized or dying from COVID if they are fully vaccinated. If they are not fully vaccinated, that was by their choice, and it is tantamount to child abuse to ask children to protect adults from their own choices. So no, it's not about protecting kids. Masking kids in schools is nothing more than a safety blanket to make adults feel safer. However, it's not and should never be a child's job to make sure adults feel safe. If you want to feel safe, if you feel like you need a mask, then go ahead, buy an N95, put it on yourself, put it on your kid. No one's saying you can't. We're saying stop trying to force it on us over a virus that is not of significant risk to our children. The fact is, it's never going to be a 0% risk. COVID is here, it's not going away, just like the flu never went away. We're never gonna be at 0 cases. But our children are as close to 0 as you can get for risk factors. And that's not a reason to mask people. If we play risks every day. You get in the car, you have a certain probability of dying from a car accident. You take a regular vaccine. you have a certain probability of dying, and you as a person weigh that risk, and you weigh that risk for your children. And it is not okay to force that decision on other people to wear masks when our kids aren't in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Come around the side. There you go.
Hi, I'm Tori. I've been here before, but it's been a while. Anyways, I just need to thank you for letting us breathe. Thank you for making it a choice to wear muzzles instead of forcing us to be muzzled against our rights. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Good evening. It'll pick you up.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Blythe Davenport. I have 2 children in Pinellas County Schools. So last month there was a fellow here who was mourning the way that masks hide his child's smile and hinder people's ability to see each other's emotions. And I totally get that. I too am grieving many of the parts of day-to-day life that COVID has impacted or taken away, and I too wish that certain statistics and studies reflected a reality where we can throw away our masks. But clearly, we are not there yet. Positivity rate is still over 13% in Florida. We are making progress with vaccines, seeing the case counts fall as the number of people getting the vaccine grows. A mask mandate could be so very temporary and get us back to the pre-COVID life. And I think that's mostly what all of us want here. I'm not looking to control anyone or trample on a parent's right to raise their children as they see fit. I'm not asking anyone to break a law. Last month, we asked you to have a meeting about a mask mandate. Having a conversation, talking about this, is not against the law. And as we're seeing in courts, even instituting a mask mandate is probably lawful as well. What I am asking us for us all to understand is that our actions affect one another. Masks are a way to protect others, and in doing so, lessen the risk for ourselves. I truly want our children to be in school together. All of the kids I know, whether they love school or not so much, they appear so much happier when attending in-person school. They're showing less anxiety, and they're showing more engagement with things that they love to do, not just sit in front of the screen. Last month, I thanked you all for being willing to lead during difficult times. Apparently, I was talking to 3 of you then, as of this reading, just 1. Last month, 4 of you abdicated your responsibility to keep the children and educators of our county safe. Today, I'm asking you to do the right thing and institute a temporary and lawful mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Shantae Wilson, Tangela Butler, Brad Rosenheim, Sean Northrup, and Vicki Matalovich.
Come on forward, any of you. There you go. And then state your name, please.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Vicki Matalovich-Faranic. I am a Pinellas County school bus driver. I have worked here for 5 years transporting your son, your daughter, your grandson, your granddaughter, your niece, and your nephew. It is a huge responsibility, and at times it is hazardous. Without masks, many of our drivers are becoming sick. I personally know of 2 drivers who have had to be taken by ambulance and hospitalized. Masks are necessary to continue a safe workplace. For everyone who does not want a mask mandate, I want to know who is going to drive your child to school or teach them, because our staff cannot. And most importantly, I'm appalled. There's 8 of you sitting up there with masks on. 8 of you. What are you afraid of, our governor, or losing your paycheck? Let me talk about paychecks. I've been here 5 years. I make $15.20 an hour. That's 1 penny more than a new hire. But let's be honest. My real pay, it's called equalized pay. I make $13.69 to get up every morning and drive your children to school safely in hazardous conditions. Can you live on $13.69 an hour and support your family? It's insulting, people. It's absolutely insulting what you expect of us to do for this and to risk our lives, and you can't even take your mask off because you might be worried about your governor and your paycheck, and you want us to go home with this. If you want to look, I printed out my paycheck. I printed it out. It's insulting what you expect of us. Shame on each and every one of you that you can't even protect your teachers and your bus drivers and your staff, yet you're sitting up there with masks on. We need more money. We need more drivers. We need safe conditions now. It's gonna get too late, people. When your teachers can't show up for work and your bus drivers can't show up for work, who's gonna run this? Who's gonna teach your kids? Who's gonna get them to school, people? Put your mask on and pay us a decent living. That's all we're asking. Have a good night, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Tangela Butler, and I have been a dedicated employee with the school board as a bus driver for 18 years. I'm standing before you today, and I urge you to please listen to me listen to us with open minds as well as your hearts as we talk about our concerns as a bus driver and possible solutions. My question for you today is, why, the drivers, why have we been forgotten? I'm not sure if any of you ever listened to the two-way radio to better understand what all our job entails, but if you did, you'd hear drivers doubling back to schools after they finish their runs, taking out 2 and 3 more runs at a time just to get kids to and from school. You hear drivers being cursed out and disrespected by students as well as parents. You'd hear drivers being hit on the head by pencils while driving. You hear children fighting and drivers having to pull over until PD is dispatched. You'd hear children breaking the windows on the bus, as well as 6 children vomiting and having seizures on the bus. We do it all in bad weather and hazardous road conditions at times. And at the end of a 2-week work period, some of the drivers can't even make rent, with everything skyrocketing. This is not something I think, but this is something I've experienced personally. I'm hearing it more and more from other drivers, and it's heartbreaking. We are your front line. 18 years I've been a driver, the last 15 straight years with no incidents, no accidents. But that's nothing compared to your more senior drivers, and that's because we wake up every morning and put our best foot forward, and all we were rewarded at this year was just a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. Was that really the best the county could do? And if so, how did we get here? Why do we have so many unhappy and disappointed drivers? Why won't enough people apply for the job? It's past time to get to the root of the problem, and let's face it head on. Because we all know what that problem is. It's time to put an end to this bus driver shortage. It's going to take more than $15 per hour and a 3.25% raise to recruit, retain, and keep drivers. It's just not enough to care for our families. We just don't want a raise. We need a raise if we're going to have any type of a chance for survival in today's economy. It will take the faith of a school board to understand we are just as much the backbone as school teachers and as administrators as your office staff personnel. We as bus drivers are deserving of a better wage, and the 30 of us that were originally here, we showed up today to show our concerns and allow you to see how determined we are to be successful. It has always been our goal to deliver students safely, timely, and with enthusiasm. Please help us to accomplish this task and be able to support our
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shantae Wilson. I work out of 49th Street compound as a bus driver. I am here today as a representative of Pinellas County School bus drivers that have worked for Pinellas School for over 20 to 30 years. During those years, I have developed a career for myself as a bus driver that not many other people that aren't in the same profession will understand. We work long hours, 5 a.m. to sometimes 11 p.m. at night, and don't even get to see our families. Yes, we do have few hours in between, but during those hours, we are trying to make our personal life function as best as possible. We work those hours to try and maintain a wage to support our families. We as bus drivers have not seen more than $3 per hour change in pay rate during 17 or 20 years or 30 years that we have been here. Even those increases have only covered the cost of insurance rates rising, and at part-time workers, they don't even get that. The cost of living have increased almost 40% in the last 17 years, and inflation is rising over 5% for this year alone. We have struggled to maintain our own lives with the same rate of pay and minimum increases that won't even cover the cost of living for our families. Most of school bus drivers try to find second jobs, but with the hours that we work, it leaves little to none. For the bus drivers who work full-time working full-time, 36 to plus hours a week to survive, we must work a second job to make enough money to keep our families from being homeless. We are committed to being school bus drivers because we remain at Pinellas County School even during all the struggles. As everyone's lives have changed due to the pandemic, the needs for staff has changed as well. We that are here before you are dedicated staff of bus drivers available to work and have during the most difficult of times. We are always hopeful that a raise in pay will come every year. That will give us financial relief to the already overworked and underpaid bus driver staff. By this year, Pinellas County School would subcontract companies to transport students at much higher pay rates than what we already receive. And is this any way to reward bus drivers that have remained committed at this point of exhaustion? With higher pay rates, the number of new drivers that will be gaining would soon result in bus running on time and getting your children safe to school. We give ourselves and we try our best to assist with doing our jobs, as well as a multitude of drivers and bus assistants. Yes, we are short, but without bus drivers, there is no transportation department. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brad Rosenheim. I'm a professor of geological oceanography at USF and proud parent of 2 students at Midtown Academy. So first, I haven't heard enough of us congratulate the students and teachers for improving their test performance on the FSA this past year. That's great news. I think not enough of us are thinking that they also did that during a year with a mask mandate, right? So it kind of takes the wind out of some of the arguments we've heard tonight. But really who I want to really thank tonight is Caprice Edmond for making, yet again, a motion to discuss on the record and to try to get an emergency meeting that a lot of us want to consider mask mandates and other health considerations. To illustrate where we are right now, at this point in the school year, 6 weeks in, I'd like to illustrate some of the data from a private school in our county, Shorecrest Academy. Houses 1,000 students from K through 12, and it's in St. Petersburg. After much discussion, much like ours, divided about masks and other mandates, they convened 18 experts. They weren't saddled by a probably unconstitutional governor's order. These 18 experts recommended a mask mandate, and they went with it, against the wishes of some parents and for the wishes of others. To date, they have had 2.9% of their students test positive for COVID, a little bit lower than Pinellas County Public Schools, which is about 3.2%. So that might seem like a draw, right? We look into the data a little bit more. 1/3 of Shorecrest's cases were in the first week of school. It's because they changed the behavior of their students. The students came from whatever they were doing in the summer. They put on masks for 6 hours a day. They changed their hygiene, and cases have gone down. Shorecrest now brags that they have not had one single case transmitted within the hallways of Shorecrest buildings. Meanwhile, at our public schools, cases are rising rapidly. Just the opposite trend, right? We're at the cusp of passing our total 2020-2021 caseload of COVID cases. We may have burned through the Delta peak. Things are coming down now, that's great. There will be other variants, and I hope that we're better prepared for that. Now, that's just the news from the schools. What does this do to our community? The folks at Shorecrest that I've spoken to are really mad at basically the 7 leaders of the board up here, because you govern over 100,000 students. And that means that small percentage, 3.3% positive cases of 100,000 students, is a very large number to put out in our community. That taxes our healthcare system, and it creates lots of vectors for other parts of our community. That's a dangerous game. This inaction that you've decided to take has been dangerous for our community. And I'm glad to follow a few bus drivers.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Vicki Snodgrass, Michelle Rayner, Susan Bucci, Barbara Mellon, and Delphine Brown.
Delphine. Good evening.
I'm Barbara Mellon. I am the mother of a first grader at Garrison Jones Elementary School's magnet program in Dunedin, the dual language program. I wanted to bring my son tonight, but I realized that it would be a very late night for him, for me picking him up from school, bringing him all the way here, and now it's almost 10 o'clock. He's asleep right now. I also want to mention that as a 6-year-old, he is able to stand up to his father, my ex-husband, and say, "Daddy, why aren't you wearing a mask? Why don't you care about other people?" I'm also, what I'm going to say tonight is that I want to get this out of the way. The school district, which adopts a policy such as a mask mandate, is acting within discretion given to it by the legislature in the Florida Parents' Bill of Rights. That's Judge Cooper. I hope everyone read that decision. I don't think anyone in this room will argue against personal liberty and autonomy. Everyone wants the ability to decide on their own accord what course of action is best. However, we mixed up our messages to a degree. Somewhere in our toxic individuality and our persistent selfishness, we dug in so hard in the me, not you mentality that we forgot to put our obligations to society. Put simply, I believe it's not only our freedom to decide what to do with our bodies, but it's our responsibility to do no harm to others with those decisions. Let's take a look at personal freedom, though. The act of wearing a mask, appealing to the more selfish senses, will prevent more major illnesses. This means that those around you who are ill will have less of an impact should you be exposed. We already know that due to the prevalence and variance, and due to the negligence of our elected officials, that breakthrough infections aren't rare now. The onus is effectively on ourselves then to ensure that we are able to remain safe from people looking to do us harm. At which point do we hold those people accountable? I'm not here to argue that. I'm simply expressing that it's known the viral load is lessened by the simple practice of wearing a mask. But as I've broached the topic, let's also discuss let's not doing harm. This concept, it's fairly easy to understand, and yet somehow arrogance and passive complicity has given way for people to engage in subtle eugenics on public grounds with our funding. And that is where the affront has been committed. Because given everything known and suspected or muddied by things yet to be peer-reviewed, we know that in the very worst case, masks protect ourselves and others. This isn't refutable either. You can have a bad faith argument mixing partial truth with something presumptive as we've seen, but I won't entertain those notions as fact, but address the simplest item. The mask lowers the viral load, and if all the accusations people were making are true, they still save lives, adults and children, both directly through lessening viral loads shares in public settings, but also indirectly by lessening the number of people ending up in ICUs with something preventable. And lastly, there's the idea of public space. This is where I feel we've missed the mark as a group attesting to be a society. We alienate people who have every right to participate, and that's harm as well. Your board, the board's decision to restrict at-risk children from an education is negligent, as well as theft. These individuals have contributed, and they only want the best for children whose lives the board continues to threaten. And I do feel this is an issue that should be revisited after everyone can get vaccinated. My son asks, when can he get his vaccine so he doesn't have to wear his mask regularly? Until then,
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I heard the young lady and she said, no one has wiped off the counter. I really do feel that that should have been something that was incorporated in your meeting. But anyway, to everyone in their respective places, my name is Delphine Brown. I'm the education chair of the local branch, St. Petersburg branch of the NAACP, and I represent Community Alive. My comments are directly to the school board. I feel it necessary at this time to remind you that you represent all residents of Pinellas County in regard to education. I commend each board member that voted for mask mandates. To you, I say thank you. For those that did not, I invite you to our community, where the more vulnerable are suffering. I invite you to talk to now the guardian of 5 children whose parents died of COVID this week. Go to the guardian whose daughter died and left 3 handicapped children. Go to All Children's Hospital and see the children hooked up to ventilators and tubes coming out of everywhere. I want to remind you of the obligation and expectation you have to protect our children. As far as mask mandates taking our rights away, what about mandates that require frequent active shooter drills? What about the elimination of peanut butter in schools? These are all mandates to protect our children, so why not the mask? What about my rights? My children like peanut butter and jelly. I feel a certain kind of way exposing my children to the rigorous drills of active shooters. However, I know it will keep them safe. Most of all, there are parents and guardians who struggle every day with the fear of their child coming home, being exposed, and most of all, catching the virus. Parents must work. If their children are exposed, it creates a household hardship. You are leaders. You are leaders. I implore you to make a decision for the health of our children. I understand that we have lost at least, myself personally, have lost at least 10 family members and friends due to the virus. If we are to get this thing under control, we must put our own personal agendas aside and do what's right for all.
Thank you. Good
Hi,
evening.
everybody. Hi, it's Susan Bucci. First, I want to thank you for not seconding the motion of Ms. Edmond. I feel like you probably have done a lot more research than she has, and I really wish that you would watch the high wire. I keep saying it every time I come here. You know, I'd love to ask you, but we're not allowed to ask questions, but I'm going to guess that you have not watched it. I don't feel like you're doing your homework to make a proper judgment about what's going on. And everybody that I know, when they follow a certain protocol, they have not gone to the hospital, not one. So I'm thinking about I'm making an observation, hearing, oh, the hospital beds are filling up, they're filling up, because they haven't followed a certain protocol. That's why they're there. That's why it looks like it's a terrible thing. But I mean, I had COVID. I was sick for a week. I was tired, but I did what you needed to do. And people just need to get educated in order to follow those guidelines and not wind up in the hospital. Then we wouldn't have those problems. We need an education. I really feel like, you know, in my world, I'm seeing all of these other professionals and very credentialed people that are totally opposite of what is being, you know, how you're being guided by the medical professionals here. So I just feel like we need a symposium with both sides, and that we can listen to both sides. Everybody needs to get educated, and then maybe instead of it all being on your, you know, you've had to hear so many things tonight, and I just feel so badly for you that you had to sit here and listen to this. But why should it be on your shoulders? If we had like a symposium where we heard both sides and let everybody vote, let the public vote, and then maybe, you know, we could end all of this. So that's it. But thank you again. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Amy Bordeaux, Jacqueline Rivas, Hajar Kadivar, Tony Triola, and Jessica Carroll.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Amy Bordeaux, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a graduate of Pinellas County School. I graduated in '84 from Gibbs High School as the student body president. I have two sons who are Pinellas County graduates, and my mother is a retired Pinellas County School teacher. In first grade, I was bused, and it was the beginning of integration. And there were many people who were very much against it. It took heroes to come to where we are today with integration. It's going to take heroes to take care of this COVID situation. It's a mask. There are many other things that we are required to do. It's a requirement. I could bring you facts, I could bring you statistics, and so can everybody else. In college, one of my favorite classes was statistics, because we were given a set of facts, another group was given the same set of facts, but we had to prove different things, and everybody could prove what they needed to prove from the numbers they were given. So what do we do? How do you know what's right? You listen to professionals. And so it's not, okay, so the CDC, people want to say, oh, the CDC, they're, government, they're this, they're that. I'm not talking the CDC, I'm talking doctors from right here at Johns Hopkins. They're the ones we should be listening to, and they're the ones that are saying that masks will help. Caprice Esmond, thank you. I appreciate that you have stood up, that you're getting bullied for that. The idea of kids that go to school and being bullied for wearing masks is just horrifying. That if there was a mandate, which there needs to be, for public safety, that would be gone. So thank you very much for listening and your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Hajar Kadivar. I'm a physician and a parent of two children who can't be vaccinated in this community. Thank you, committee members, and particularly Ms. Edmond. I am asking you all that you discuss all the protective measures, including masks, including what needs to change currently to get our children protected during this workshop that you're going to have on Tuesday. Our public schools focus on making sure that children learn subjects such as math, science, and critical thinking. As a member of the school board, I ask you all to set an example for the children of the county. Don't allow misinformation, cherry-picked information, and bullying from DeSantis and other loud minorities to endanger children's health. COVID-19 is a serious illness and it is spreading among children. Yes, we are fortunate that it's not as deadly among children as adults, but COVID is simply not the flu. Data from the CDC shows that so far 486 children have died from COVID, which is anywhere between 700 to 240% higher than the flu. How many additional protective measures would you all have mandated if 486 children had been shot? Weekly COVID hospitalization rates are slowly balancing out and hopefully will continue to improve, not worsen. But we still need to be vigilant as it is continuing to spread. Over the last 2 weeks overall within the US, there was about 10% increase in the cumulative cases. Finally, we are still trying to understand long COVID, which makes symptoms such as fatigue, chronic headaches, difficulty concentrating, insomnia, and have been shown to occur and last sometimes up to months, even in children who have mild symptoms and never go to the hospital. Rates of long COVID in some studies have been as high as 30%, but we are actively studying to see what are the true rates. A majority of scientific studies published in scientific journals have shown the effectiveness of masks. As a medical doctor with a degree in public health, I want to be clear, the science is not mixed. Even the Georgia study that Mr. Dudley, you cited at the last meeting actually showed that masking decreased rates of COVID-19 by 37%. The study did have some flaws and was unable to reach full statistical significance. But when you look at the major reviews, which I have here, overall they show that public mask wearing is most effective at reducing the spread of virus and when universal masking is implemented, because asymptomatic people need to have source control. I ask you to follow the science, follow the math.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tony Triola, and I come to you tonight as the proud father of a beautiful 13-year-old daughter who is in the 7th grade at Johns Hopkins Middle School. For those of you looking down, I appreciate your full attention. Every day, I'm thankful for the rapid research and production of the vaccines which have, without a doubt, saved many thousands of lives. I am also thankful my daughter was eligible to receive one of those potentially life-saving vaccines. However, our extended family and friend group includes parents and children who are under the age of 12 and therefore ineligible to receive the vaccine. True for the thousands of children under 12 who attend Pinellas County schools, masks and social distancing is the only protection from the deadly virus, COVID-19. The science around masks and social distancing is settled. They work. But this isn't only about our children. This is also about thousands of immune-compromised family members our children go home on an everyday basis. Look at me. Can you tell if I'm healthy or sick? You can't. In fact, I am immune-compromised. Each week, I receive a chemotherapy injection intended to reduce the effectiveness of my immune system in an effort to control a debilitating autoimmune disease. Because you all seem to have, because you all seem to have, 1/3 of the students at Johns Hopkins are under the age of 12. My daughter is exposed to maskless, unvaccinated children every day, potentially bringing a deadly virus home to her father. But I am more concerned about our children. According to official Florida statistics, since the 2021-22 school year began, more than twice the amount of children have died from COVID-19 than all the children that died in Florida from the beginning of the pandemic. This is not acceptable. And tragically, all these deaths were likely unnecessary. While brave Florida districts have instituted mask mandates, this board, all but 3 of you anyway, Ms. Edmonds, thank you, has put your heads in the sand and have done nothing. If you could bring just one of these children back to life, or if I could guarantee wearing a mask would save a life, wouldn't you do it? I want to believe all of us would. So guess what? If we all wear masks, we will save lives. What if it was your child? or yours, or yours. This is personal, all of us. Shame on you for pandering to an anti-mask platform that is only supported by a small minority of loud individuals. Masks are the only effective if we all wear them. My mask protects you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Jessica Carroll. I live in Seminole. It's late, and I appreciate everyone who has stayed to listen to everybody talk. I know it's been a long night. So I've been coming to these meetings since the beginning of the year, and find myself with an observation that the people showing up right now who are want everyone to be masked, they sound just as passionate as people like me did at the beginning of the year. So that's a very difficult position for you guys to be in. So I get that, I understand it. We've heard a lot of personal stories, and some of them heartbreaking, but we heard that at the beginning of the year too. And we've heard a lot of hyperbole, which also, both sides. So it's a difficult decision. I'm gonna make it short. I oppose any mandate. My obligations are to God and my family first, and any decision medically for my family should be left with me, and that's just how I feel. And I think the board needs to get back to real issues in the state of Florida, in our county. This bus driver situation, I chatted with them downstairs, that sounds pretty serious, and I think we need to start addressing those issues and put the mask issue aside, let parents decide. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Lauren Bush, Sean White, Kristen Koffelt, Anthony Simmons, and Amber Simmons.
Hi,
Good evening.
My name is Lauren Bush. We are at an inflection point. After seeing the last board meeting and this one as well, it's predictable when someone gets up to speak which way they're leaning by whether they're wearing a mask or not. As you can tell by my current mask, you've already judged me to be of one mind. You're not wrong. However, I would ask that we all actually listen to each other in this discourse. For the parents that want their child to have the freedom to go to school without a mask on their face, I hear you. I want that too. I do not disagree with you. For the parents here that think it's their right to make decisions about their child's health, I also agree. I don't begrudge you that decision. I want to make those same decisions as well. For the parents who think that kids should be kids and we should let them enjoy a school year unfettered by a pandemic, I couldn't agree with you more. I hate that children are bearing a burden that even adults have a hard time comprehending. We are not on opposing sides. I want the same things for my child as you do yours. I hear you. I just hope you can hear me too. My goals are the same as yours, but it's how we go about getting there that seems to be the sticking point. Aggregate data has shown the most effective way to mitigate the risk of COVID are threefold: social distance, get vaccinated, and mask when you're around other people. I realize there are still questions about these measures, but if you look at studies showing communities that implemented these measures versus those that did not, the results are hard to argue. For example, take our school system. Since school has started this year, we've already far exceeded the case numbers the last school year. Realizing other variables are involved, it's hard, however, not to see the correlation between taking mitigation measures last year, such as masking and distancing, and not see where we could have done more this year to make it a safe environment for students and staff. Masking at its core is a simple ask. It's an ask of our community to help their neighbors, especially those most vulnerable, our children who cannot yet be vaccinated. When reading the core values of Pinellas County Schools, commitment to children, families, and communities was the first core value listed. If that is really one of the core values you all believe so fervently in, then putting a simple measure in place that can help our children, families, and communities stay safe should be a non-issue. The question of masking is convoluted by arguments about scientific facts, a parent's right to choose, and legal consequences. However, when distilled down, it is about the idea of community and our responsibilities as members of one. As a member of a community, I believe it is our obligation to care for those within it. If we aren't willing to make a small sacrifice in doing so, then we will also bear those consequences. Perhaps
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Claufelt. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a Pinellas County educator, I do wish to speak to the issues of masks and COVID. Caprice, you've been hearing it all night, but thank you so much. We need you to be willing to explore the possibility of a mask mandate, whether it comes in a workshop or a special meeting, whatever it is. This is lovely. We have space in between all of you. It's lovely to see people here and these wonderful wide aisles. But at St. Pete High School, I have about a foot in between the desks for me to walk down the aisles. The desks are touching, the front of the desk is touching the back of the chair. These kids are stacked on top of each other and on top of me. Nobody is getting a buffer. And our plant ops is so overworked and so understaffed, they're barely emptying the trash at night. I've come into trash not being emptied. So do you really think they're doing anything else? Are things getting wiped down or sprayed? No, they're not. And I am heartbroken and so disappointed that so few people sitting up there have the courage to stand up and do what's right. Yes, the governor issued an executive order. That's all it is. It's an executive order. It is not a law. He cannot trump, nor can the Parents' Bill of Rights trump the state constitution, which gives you the authority to make decisions for this school district. I am unbelievably proud of Alachua, Broward, Miami-Dade. They've stood up for what's right, and that's what you need to do. Yeah, he might try to come at you. He's already been ruled against twice. It's going to not be held up. It's not constitutional. But our kids...
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next group of speakers will be Dana Hauser, Siobhan Gorham, Maria Scruggs, Yvette Gao, and Nicole Feigl.
Good evening.
My name is Dana Hauser, and I am a teacher at Pinellas Park High School. I've been teaching in the county for 20 years, and I'm so, as the last speaker, I'm so disappointed in all of you. And some of you can't even look at the speakers when they're speaking. And the fact that so many of us stayed so late, and the overwhelming majority of us are asking you to do something so simple, to ask the kids and teachers to mask up. This is, the COVID absences have put such a burden on all of us. Okay, I have so many students out quarantining. They're already behind. Now they're getting further behind because they're out for 2 weeks at a time. And then you expect educators to somehow catch these kids up? I mean, it just defies logic. So much pressure and so much anxiety for all of us. Things are worse this year. How can you sit there and not do what's so simple to protect people? It's just ridiculous. And you should be ashamed of yourself. I mean, really. I think we come into the school year and you act like it's normal. It's not normal. Things are not okay. We live it every day, and it's scary, and it's so unnecessary. And I hope that you will sit and think about what all of us have been saying to you, because it's true. We're cowering down to a vocal minority who doesn't speak truth at all. They come up here and say the most ridiculous, outlandish things. And it feels like you don't care about us, you don't care about our students. That's all Pinellas County says all the time, students first. Really? Really? Doesn't seem like it. And I'm just gonna say one thing. You know, students are a lot smarter than you give them credit for. One of my students, by the way, who a lot of them are very sick, they come back and tell me how sick they were. He just came back from being out and was in the hospital a couple of days, and he said something so profound. He said, you know, I wore my mask last year, and I did get sick. And this year, I didn't wear my mask, and I got sick.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Maria Scruggs. I'm the past president of the St. Petersburg branch NAACP, and currently serve as the chairperson of the Phyllis Wheatley Rise to Read campaign, which is why I was actually coming tonight. But thinking that the issue of the mask was for a vote, I was obviously wrong. So I've chosen to speak on the issues of the mask. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with Dr. Scott A. Rifsky or not, but he is the state's Surgeon General and the Chief Health Officer for the state of Florida. On August 6, 2021, Dr. Rifsky's renewed emergency rule, which stated, students may wear masks or facial coverings as a mitigation measure. However, the school must allow for options out of the mask. The only reason that I'm guessing that Dr. Rifsky's used the word may as opposed to shall was because of the fact that he will be stepping out of that position this month because of the political posturing that is occurring that has positioned him to probably make some decisions that were not popular. Florida State Statute 381 gives the chief state officer, not the governor, the right to make decisions in a public health emergency. Folks, this is not game time. This is a public health emergency. It is time. The statute has been very clear as to who makes the decisions in a time such as this. This very distinguished body has a responsibility to act in the right of 104,000 children and 17,000 employees. And while your public forum allows for all of the beautiful sentiment, this is time that leaders have to stand up and stand tall when it's not popular. And I applaud Ms. Edmond. I applaud Ms. Carr. I applaud Mrs. Hires. But the rest of you, and particularly Mr. Dudley, I want to bring something to your mind because like many that have come before here, I come under your tutelage. And as in Northeast High School, you had to make a decision for you to be able to have 14 years successfully coaching football, for 20 years coaching cross country. There came a time when you had to make a decision that your students didn't have the right to, they didn't have a right. And there are times
Thank you.
where we won't have rights. Please
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Nicole Figgle. I'm a board-certified general surgeon. I don't have the statistics of a lot of doctors here. I don't treat COVID patients. I'm very fortunate in that respect. But I am a parent to 2 children in the Pinellas County system who are not old enough to be vaccinated. You know, I came here tonight because I've watched prior meetings, the ones during the day. I'm at work, but I watch them. I leave them running on my desktop, and I'm amazed at the number of vocal people here who tell personal stories about how the mask hurt their child, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. And so another parent mentioned earlier that at the beginning of, I don't know what time frame she was referring to, but there were significant people here to fight against masks. But that, to me and to the people that I associate with, my friends, my family, is because nobody could ever look at such an educated group of people who have access to the same facts that we do and come up with anything less than a mask mandate. It just blows the mind. Thank you so much, Ms. Edmond, for bringing this up. Please keep doing that. More of us will be coming, more of us will be putting our support behind it, because obviously that's what you require. I don't know what it is that the rest of you are looking for to know that this is an important topic and that it needs to be addressed and that we need masks. My kids are too young. We did I stayed at home all last year, or my children stayed at home all last year. I had a first grader doing my PCS, which was bumpy in the beginning, but smoothed out, and by the end of the year was great. And we saw how the numbers were last year. We saw that they were low, and we were so ready to go back to school this year. My son thinks he'd rather stay home and play Legos in between classes, but I was so ready to bring him back, and my daughter, who started kindergarten, was so excited for kindergarten. We picked out a backpack and everything. We did our school shopping. We were ready to go, and the Friday before school started, we were watching the Delta variant numbers, and we were coming to the realization that not only were masks optional, but all the other mitigation measures had been done away with. And we just didn't feel comfortable sending them back. It's not an all or nothing. I understand the statistics. My kids are not gonna die if they get COVID, but they might get long COVID. They might give it to somebody else. I have a 92-year-old grandmother that they see on a regular basis. You know, I can't risk that, and it's not fair to them. So to the parents who say, well, if you mandate masks, my child will stay home. Well, I have 2 children who are at home because masks are not mandated. If you would just bring back the masks and the other measures, my kids could be in school where they belong. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Siobhan Gorham. This is a mask that people had to wear during the flu to not get infected. Because of science, all we have to wear is this. To those of you here today who want to stop wearing masks, I hear you. I understand that you are tired of this pandemic, of the rules and the shutdowns, and that it feels good to have some control over your interactions with the world. I join you in grieving for what we've all lost, and I'm sorry for your losses. I am sorry that I seem like a person that wants to take more from you. I do not. I assure you, I want to do as much as possible to get us all back to normal, to eliminate this public health crisis. Masks can help get us there together. To the school board members who voted not to have a meeting, an emergency meeting to discuss the mask mandate, you have failed your duty to do everything possible to protect our students, our faculty members, and our staff. This is a duty you are paid for. It is okay to change one's mind in the face of new information. Since our last meeting, 13 staff members in the Miami-Dade school system have died from COVID-related illnesses. 10 children in the state of Florida have died of COVID-related illness that we know of. The hospitals are full. The hospital staff are overworked. And there is a substitute teacher shortage, a teacher shortage, and a bus driver shortage. Please consider joining other courageous school boards who have put the health and safety of their schools ahead of the governor's political whims. Imagine your legacy as a school board who didn't do enough to keep their children healthy and safe and alive. Masks are effective public health mitigation and much less painful than illness or death. Your decision to tack on this important conversation to a workshop meeting with no public comment and no vote is cowardly. And I urge you to reconsider having an emergency meeting to discuss a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers are Elena Vasil. Thank you. Kat Denham, Ashley Green, Terry Davenport, and Jennifer Schulman.
Good evening.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sweet. Hi, my name is Alina. I am an acupuncturist at St. Pete Community Acupuncture, and I'm going to bring it to the other side for a minute. A lot of my patients are vaccine hesitant, and they come to me and they ask me kind of how I feel about things. And we're in a pandemic, folks. This is a state of emergency. I need you to do your jobs. I have an 8-year-old who is not able to get vaccinated. I have friends who are immunocompromised. My mother is sick. The last 4 weeks have been hell. I have seen everybody in my life in the St. Pete area affected by COVID-19 in 4 damn weeks. This is really frustrating and disappointing. Caprice, you're freaking awesome. Thank you so much for your service. I'm tired, I'm cold, I haven't eaten anything. Neither have you, I'm assuming. Please do your jobs. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, to members of the board and superintendent. First and foremost, Ms. Edmond, thank you so much for relentlessly advocating on behalf of the health and wellness and well-being of all of our students across the county. I speak on behalf of a mask mandate, as well as all measures that prevent COVID-19 from spreading amongst classrooms across our county. Our county's public schools failing to implement these safety measures is just shameful. As of now, the majority of our county's private institutions, including all Catholic schools under the Diocese of St. Petersburg, Shorecrest Preparatory, Canterbury School of Florida, and Admiral Farragut Academy, require masks for all students, teachers, staff, and on-campus visitors. These private institutions are ensuring the safety and well-being of our students. These institutions require tuition costs that many families cannot afford. Right now, the ability to afford private tuition directly relates to the ability to procure proper health and safety measures. Health and safety is currently a private commodity rather than a public assurance. This is absolutely shameful. I ask that our school board please follow the example of these private institutions and ensure equal opportunity to health and safety to all of our students, no matter what their income may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And good evening to you.
All right. Hi. For those of you who have not met me before, I'm Ashley Green, but most of you have heard me speak many a time, and you got a little bit of a reprieve during the pandemic, but welcome back. I'm here. And I'm here 5.5 hours later. I've written maybe like 10 speeches in my head. I don't actually know which one I want to give anymore. In part because this has been one of the most hopeless meetings I've ever been at. And I've been to a lot of public meetings. And I've spoken to a lot of public officials. One of my speeches, when I knew I was really going off the rails, I was about to bring up Hobbes and Locke and Leviathan and talk about balancing personal liberty and public safety. And then I was like, maybe we shouldn't talk about philosophy. There was a moment where I was gonna go into maybe we need to have a rally for drunk driving, since all of a sudden we care so much about personal liberty that public good is thrown out of the window, that we should remove all the stop signs, that we should let people text while driving. I'm sure plenty of people think that they can do that safely, but that as a society we have decided, and as a state we have decided to weigh the public good above that. The speech I wrote on my phone was really to beg you all to protect my mom, who is, without question, not according to me, but according to many of you all, according to people in this room that have worked with her, one of the best teachers that Pinellas County has to offer, award-winning. And knowing that she has sacrificed her body for decades, waking up every day at 4:30 to get to Boca Ciega by 5 or 6, to stay until 5 or 6, to then come home and grade papers and tweak lesson plans to try and make sure that kids have the best possible experience. And knowing that during her summer vacation, she spends half of it collecting items to give to first-time college students who she knows their parents can't help them. That it's one thing to talk about protecting the students, but I'm so tired of nobody thinking about her. That I had some other witty things, to say about how much we have clearly failed in teaching basic science. If you can understand why you cover your mouth to cough or sneeze, then you can probably understand the legitimacy of a mask. It is not about preventing particles from coming in. It is about preventing particles from going outward and raising the risk. But honestly, what I'm shocked by is that this is the most controversial thing I've ever come to speak to you all about. And I've asked you all to kick SROs out of school.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers, Michael Walker, Caitlin Norther, Jennifer Christensen, Lyndon Brown, and Katrina Hawkins. Patricia Dugan, Katrina Davis. Those are the only cards I have.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Katrina Davis. I've been coming here for the last year. I appreciate you not forcing masks on our kids. We started the school year with our kids optional. Sounds like a lot of the schools, the teachers are saying about 75% of the kids are without masks. What are you guys gonna do if you enforce masks and we pull all 75% of the kids out of your schools? I think it's interesting that there's a picture of you guys all out there, no social distancing, no masks, but you're all wearing them here, social distance. But I've talked to you guys about masks enough. I'm here to talk to you guys today about getting water fountains in the schools. I think it's ridiculous that kids are being dehydrated every day at school with no water. Some of the schools have one water filtration system for the entire school, and I don't think that's good enough. Some of the schools, their kids are even getting yelled at for using them at the wrong times. Like, kids are going to recess outside, PE, and they have no water. They'll go to fill their waters in the bathroom, and they get yelled at because it's not filtered, but filtered water is not being given to them as an option, and I don't think that's right. So if you guys could, if you're gonna talk about this stuff at a workshop, if you could figure out how to get more water in schools, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Our last speaker is Sean White.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not sure where to start. I just want to say that I've sat here. This is the first time I've had to speak publicly. I'm doing this impromptu, so hopefully I can do this the best way possible. But what I really want to do is I want to be able to let you guys understand that I think that a lot of people need to ask questions and be able to understand that this is a very sensitive subject, obviously. It's a very emotional subject. I've noticed that a lot of people are very, very upset. And it's hard for me even to talk about it because I understand where they're coming from. But the problem is I feel that a lot of people are not actually doing the right research. And everybody, while other people were in the background, they were talking, you know, I was in the other room and I heard the people who were, you know, basically insulting them, and they were attacking their sources. And the problem is that we don't have any dialogue. We have both sides just yelling at each other, and we're not accomplishing anything. And on top of all these other things that we've talked about, we also refuse to talk about the cures. There is treatments that exist. And almost every single doctor that comes out and tries to explain these things to you guys, it's like it just falls on deaf ears, or immediately they shoot it down. They don't even want to have a discussion. Oh, that person's crazy, or they're attacked. And what's going on is we're having a serious issue with censorship. If you have an opposing view, it is censored. That is happening. And whether you believe it or not, it's happening all the time. And it doesn't solve anything. It's vilifying the other side. And so you're dehumanizing the other person who has a different view. And when that happens, it's very dangerous. And if anybody knows anything about history, you know, 1930s Germany, for example, this happened before in the past. One side controls the entire narrative. They push that narrative to the point to where eventually you have people running around beating the crap out of a certain group, as we all know, labeling them, not allowing them to own businesses and other things like that. We all know that history. We've talked about it before. And so I think the message really needs to be is that we need to ask questions. Are these sources that we're reading, is it true? Who funds that company? Who funds the CDC? All we do is we just take these information, we just feed it to ourselves. It's confirmation bias. We already have our select narrative, and all we do is we pick these things so that we can push it on the other side and attack them.
Thank you.